It's going to take a few overs to get used to the bounce of this wicket. Look at that, how it took off. Down the leg side, that's a wide. That's poor. You bowl one good delivery and the next one is straight down the leg side. The umpire will be very severe on those deliveries down the leg side. So takes the Maliban total to 2. He's got to re-bowl that delivery as well, Tony Greig. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump this time. Didn't get the same bounce that he got in the first delivery, Tony Greig. So looking at the Maliban team, there we go again. Trying to go for the cut shot, playing away from the body, but not successful. So Maliban has got a star-studded side, in fact. Quite a few Sri Lankan players in their ranks as well. Again down the leg side, wide called. The margin for error down the leg side is so little. And any bowler who operates will know that the umpires will be very severe on that leg side wide call. You see the blue lines, the two blue lines, we call them the tram lines. That gives the umpires indication when the ball is pitched outside the line of off stump as to where they could call the wide. So all the grounds and all the pitchers will have those markings in blue. Nicely played on the offside. And third man has a long chase round to do the fielding. The batsmen come back for 2. Even though we had rain on Monday and yesterday as well, and also more rain this morning, the outfields are still very fast indeed. We'll see a little bit of tinge of greenness coming out of the outfields with the rain and the sun coming out as well. But still, they are so fast that anything that passes the fielder is very difficult to stop. It'll head towards the boundary. Again down the leg side, another wide called. Now this is the problem when you start to bowl wides in the first over. It's going to be a long over, in fact. There's 3 wides so far in the over. So minimum of 9 balls to be bowled by Tony Greig in this first over. None for 5 is figures after 3 deliveries. Kiran Jayasundar on 3 of 5 deliveries. Sangeet Kaur still to score. Maliban 6 for no wicket after 1.3 overs. Well ball this time. Pushed out on the offside and Jayasundar wanted a single but sent back by Kure. Quite rightly so. So quiet start by Maliban in this game against the BBK partnerships. Flicked nicely on the onside, but straight towards that square leg fielder. The ball travelled very quickly out there, so there was no chance for the batsman to think of a single. Another dot ball. Played out on the offside, which defensively ends the over. A long over from Tony Greig. 2 overs completed. Maliban are 6 for no wicket after 2 overs. Put into bat today by BBK partnership with Jayasundara on 3. Sangeet Kure still to score, and Greig's first over conceded 5 runs. So there's the bowling figures. Santosh Guntaleka 1 over for just 1 run. He bowled his first over extremely well. Made the batsman play all the time. Tony Greig, the 3 wides in the first over, considered 5 runs. The extras columns on 3 with those 3 wides. Sun trying to break through the clouds at the moment, but the comfort level for the players pretty high at the moment. Oh, lovely shot from Sangeet Kure. Through the offside into the boundary it goes. Well, a stop just inside the boundary. For a moment thought they crossed the boundary. That was well played by Sangeet Kure. Smart fielding as well, even though taking the dive just near the boundary. You look at that, there's the fielder after it. Covered a lot of ground. Just at the last moment before the ball crossed that rope, he got his hands to it, flicked it back, and the batsman came back for 3. 3 runs to open Sangeet Kure's account. Off the back foot, straight towards backward point. So 1 slip in place for the right-hander. They've also got a gully with the backward point, short extra cover, and a mid-off on the offside. On the onside, and also a third man. On the onside, they got that fine leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Plenty of gaps on the onside. But Santosh Guntaleka has been very good today, very disciplined, bowling about the off-stump line. This one played down to third man and on the ground. Pick up 1 is Jayasundara. And now, even though those clouds are there very high up, those dark clouds, the sun beaming through all the clouds to hit the ground. We hope the weather gods will stay kind to this part of Colombo, so the matches could be played. Short lifting, and that one's played nicely by Sangeet Kure. Dropped his wrist on that, on the back foot. He's got so much time in the world to play his shots, is Sangeet Kure, the left-hander. Down the track, drives a lovely shot. That's a beautiful shot. Finds the boundary straight away. That's Sangeet Kure at his best. Good use to the feet. Picked it up nicely and through the cover region. There we go. Look at that. Between extra cover and mid-off to the boundary. It travels so quickly on the outfield. Shoulders arms is Sangeet Kure. That ends the over. 3 overs completed. Maliban are 14 for no wicket. Sangeet Korea on 7, Hiran Jayasundar on 4, and Guntilaka 2 overs, none for 9. So current run rate 4.67. Tony Greig to continue to bowl his second over. Edge down towards short third man. They'll pick up one in the meantime. Now the idea from V.S. Kant when he won the toss and asked Maliban to bat first is to pick up wickets. That's what he wants. He wants his bowlers to give him wickets. But the batsman will also have other ideas to try and get partnerships going, especially the openers, to build up a solid partnership, give their team a good start. That's what it's all about. So Jayasundar comes forward, pushes out towards extra cover this time. Oh, Sangeet Korea, in fact, is on strike at the moment. Jayasundar picked up a single the previous delivery. So bootlace problems for Sangeet Korea at the moment. Has the gloves off. And this is where batsmen can sometimes lose their concentration. The deep backward point does the fielding on the boundary, so they'll pick up only one. Right, so there we are. That's what it looks like. The clouds near the grounds or over the grounds. Lots of white clouds as well. Played past the backward point, down to the boundary it goes. No stopping that again. That's into the boundary for 4. There was width on offer from Tony Greig. Hira and Jayasundar made full use of that. There we go. The backward point fielder couldn't get a hand to it. It was in the air for a while. A better over from Tony Greig. No wide so far. Of the 5 balls he's bowled so far, but considered 6 runs in the over. 2 singles on the boundary. Defensively on the offside, ends the over. So 4 overs completed. And Maliban are 20 for no wicket. Hiran Jayasundar on 9 of 14. Sangeet Korea on 8 of 10. Current run rate 5 runs per over. There we are. That's another part of the ground, the overhead conditions. That's where we have those clouds hovering around. They're very high clouds, of course. So there's no threat of immediate rain. But then, having said that, 2 days ago the rains came down so quickly. And there's that scorecard with the partnerships. 3 extras the total. And look at that batting card. With Arachage, also Sri Lankan player, Dushan Hemanta plays in the test side. Dushan Vimukti, Dhananjay Lakshan, Bilinda Siribodhan, who's also played for Sri Lanka. Star-studded side has Maliban got. Sangeet Kure, he'll wait for the ball pitched outside the line of off stump. He's got width, he'll drive it for sure. He can also pull the ball well. He's a complete batsman, in fact, the left-hander. This time a step outside the crease, plays it towards that point region. There's no chance of a run. So the ball travels so quickly out there. So Santosh Guntalaka into his third over, 2.2 overs, none for 9 his figures at the moment. Once again off the back foot, thumped away towards that point fielder who's feeling fairly deep at point. Along the ground, of course, on Sangeet Kure. There's no chance of a run. So as I talk to you, the sun that was beaming down the ground has now gone behind some clouds, slightly overcast. This might be the pattern of how the weather will be for the rest of the day. Well bowled. Hurries Sangeet Kure onto the front foot, plays gently on the onside. Really wide outside the line of off stump. And Kure on the back foot plays that nicely out of the off, but can't beat that point fielder. Plenty of opportunities to score a boundary of that. Was too short outside the line of off stump. Plenty of width on offer. But Sangeet Kure just hit it on the offside straight to the fielder, who did well to stop it. So Guntalaka is lucky. He got away with that. Played gently on the onside, out towards the square leg position. They'll pick up a single for that. That will end the over as well. So 5 overs completed. Maliban are 21 for no wicket. Put into bat today by BBK partnership. Hiran Jayasun's is on 9 of 14. Sangeet Kure is on 9 of 16. Guntalaka, 3 overs, none for 10.
5 overs done, 21 without loss. It has been a decent start so far from Maliban Biscuits. Seeing a bowling change, Nathan Deluction has been introduced into the attack. Best bowling figures of 5 for 14. It did grab a 5-wicket haul in this tournament as well. So far, the two opening batters, they have done a brilliant job. They're trying to see off the new ball, which is ideal in these kind of conditions, especially the weather not looking so good. Overcast conditions. The surface offering a little bit of grass as well. So it's very, very important to see off the new cherry, probably the first hours of play. Try to get to around 45 to 50 runs without losing a wicket at the end of the power play. You should be very, very satisfied about yourself. But with the spinners being introduced, the batters, they need to be extra cautious. The surface might tend to die as the day progresses on. It might slow it down a little bit, might assist the spinners a lot. Especially this man on screen, Nathan Deluction. He has been a fantastic bowler so far in this tournament for BBK partnerships. Well, both these teams, they have made it to the playoffs of the tournament. So this is not really a decider. The team winning this game would go up the ladder in the points table. That's a poor delivery. Given the treatment, very welcome boundary for Hiran. Short, wide outside the off stump. Beautifully threaded that gap between backward point and covers. That's poor bowling. That's just a nothing delivery. Asking for trouble and gets the treatment. And this time, deft touch. Should be a couple of runs. Good over spoiled. 7 runs coming off that. 6 overs done. 28 without loss. Sangeet Kure, he is unbeaten on 10. Hiran unbeaten on 15. Both these batters, they look confident at the moment. They're getting themselves in, getting used to the pace of this wicket. Santosh Gunatilaka will continue. Looking for a second run. Gets it quite comfortably. Bit of poor fielding down a deep square leg, helping the batters to cross over a second run. Now, BBK partnerships, they have been brilliant in this tournament so far. They did lose the first couple of games, but they came back strong, beating HNB and Fairfest Insurance back to back and getting themselves onto a position where they could get themselves through to the playoffs. Hard work, it has been paid off for the BBK partnerships. Dances down the track. Protection at deep point. No run added to the total. Sangeet Kure, he's showing intentions. He has been out there for 19 deliveries. He's realizing how the surface has been behaving. Trying to take a little bit of chance. The team batting first, it's always a concern, especially with the weather conditions where Duckworth Lewis might come into play, as it did happen in the previous game as well. So you need to put up a good total, a fighting total. We did see the other day that a total of 240 runs was not sufficient for Fairfirst Insurance against BBK partnerships. Well, conditions were different. The pitch was fresh and the ball came to the bat swiftly. But today, conditions are a bit different. It's overcast conditions since the start of play. The surface looks a bit tired as well. So it might slow down at the latter part of the day. So anything around 215 to 220 should be a very good total on this surface. Now what these two batters have done well, they made sure to rotate the strike. They made sure to minimize the number of dot deliveries that they have been facing. Especially in this over as well, 4 deliveries, 4 runs. You will get that odd boundary. You will get that odd poor delivery from the bowler. You can be prepared for that, but you need to make sure that you get those 1s and 2s. Keep the scoreboard ticking. That's one way you can push the pressure back onto the bowling team. Deliveries like that, and with the assistance of poor fielding, you would get opportunities to score. Couple of misfields, no ball called by the umpire. Well, things are not being very, very good for BBK partnership so far since the start of the innings. Multiple wides up front, now a no ball. More importantly, a free hit for Sangeet Kure, which would really help him to free his arms a little bit. Get out those long levers. Try to clear the ground. Feel good on the bat. Short delivery, wide call by the umpire. Flying over the head of Sangeet Kure. Good thinking by Santosh Gunatilaka. I'm pretty sure Sangeet Kure wouldn't have expected a short one. But unfortunately, the height was the problem. It was very well directed, but the height was the issue. Good call by the Sportylk umpire. A couple of steps down the ground as well. But overall, that was unplayable, unreachable by the batter. Wide called again after a long time. Well. I feel for the bowler. The free hit continues. So just the one delivery since that no ball, and already 5 runs considered. Touch and go. Slower delivery. Good one. Look how long the umpire took to give that as a wide. Dikwala is surprised. The bowler is surprised. But Sangeet Kure, he will have another chance to go after Santosh Gunatilaka. This time he connects. One bounce into the long on fence. Welcome boundary for Sangeet Kure. He was waiting for that. Now look how much of a damage that one no ball has caused. The no ball, it costed 2 runs, couple of wides and a boundary. So one legal delivery, it has costed 9 runs. Once again, a slower delivery outside the off stump, dragged it from the wide line, I would call it, down towards the long on region for 4 runs. Short and jab, pulled away quite nicely. That should run away to the boundary. In fact, yes, it does. Poor bit of fielding effort, should have done better. The fielder there, down at deep square leg, running across the boundary. Expensive over, very expensive. 17 runs coming off that. 7 overs done. That's nice on the ice. Picking up the length pretty soon. Should have done better. That should have been stopped for sure. Especially in this level of cricket, you can't be offering freebies to the batters. 7 overs done, 45 without loss. Nathan Tilakshan will continue with his off spin. At the moment, things are looking quite good for Maliban Biscuits. They're into the 8th over of the innings. Healthy run rate of 6.42. The damage was done, especially during the previous over. 17 runs coming off that. Santosh Gunatilaka, I'm sure he might be taken off in the next over. That's the line and length. Nathan should be bowling. He need to focus on bowling in line with the stumps. Don't give away freebies outside the off stump or down the leg side. Keep it tight. Make it hard for the batters. Straight on with the arm. You could expect more of these. That's where the batters, they need to be watchful. At the moment, the weather has settled down a little bit, but unfortunately, we have few dark clouds that are moving across the ground. Good batting. This is absolutely good batting by these two batters. The runs are coming thick and fast, hardly with any kind of effort put in by the batters. They're just doing the basics right. They're working it around, running those singles, looking for those odd boundaries. Nathan, he's into his second over. He will come back strong. It's just a matter of time. Good bowling, good line and length. Good over, in fact. Just the 3 runs coming off that. 8 overs done. 48 for no wicket. Looking at the batting of Maliban Biscuits, they bat deep. Milinda Sirivardhana. Look, he comes as the number 8 batter, which means they're batting deep. As expected, we have a change in the bowling. Thisan Vidushan, another talented young man of BBK partnerships. He's caused a lot of problems to the batters during this tournament. Economy, very good economy. Touch over 4 runs per over. Early days of his career. Simple as that. He will just keep hitting that length one after the other. As batters, you need to realize that he will make sure to hit your pads or get yourself bowled if you miss one of them. You need to be very watchful against this man. Lots of variations in his bag. He will try those against the batters. Make the batters think. And most importantly, he will try and make the batters to play off the front foot as much as possible. That's a good sign of a spin bowler. If you're trying to get the batter, get to the front foot. There you go. 4 deliveries on money. Very watchful Hiran. He's been out there for 27 deliveries. Good opening partnership. 48 runs. We're into the 9th over. Thiessen Vidushan, he has been spot on from the very first over that he's bowling out there. This is fantastic. Let's see if he could finish it off as a maiden over. Brilliant fielding. Maiden over against the run of play for BBK partnerships. 9 overs done. 48 without loss. Nathan will continue. Is the last over of the mandatory power play. He's trying to get things in order. "49 runs for the opening wicket. We are into the 10th over. They need to carry on. One batter out of these two. They need to go and make a big total. And that's the 50-run partnership between these two batters. They have batted really well. From the moment they walked out there to the middle, they made sure to push the pressure back onto the bowling team. They kept the fielders on their toes, rotated the strike well, hit those gaps, got that out boundary. Fantastic partnership so far. Works it round for another single. This is the highlight. Just the 5 boundaries which have been shared among these two batters. That's just 20 runs. And all the other 31 runs coming off singles and the other extras. If you could maintain that a 5 run per over, maybe up until the 40th over of the innings, and then try to accelerate, that would be ideal. Punched off the back foot again, looking for a second run, turned down by the batter. Good over so far for Maliban Biscuits. 5 deliveries, 4 runs coming off this over so far. Ten overs of mandatory power play has been done. 5 runs coming off that over. Maliban Biscuits winning the, in fact, being put into bat first are 53 without loss.
So there's the scorecard of Maliban Biscuits. Iran Jayasundara not out 20 of 32. Sangeet Kure on 27 of 29. So this partnership has put on 53 so far. It's a good partnership for Maliban Biscuits. Put into bat today by BBK partners. 6 extras in the total so far. The wides that were bowled, that was where the problem started in the first few overs. So Thiessen Vidushan will continue from the Baudhu Lokamamat end, the left arm spinner. Current run rate 5.30. So Hiran Jayasundara on strike. Using his feet down the track, but plays it down the track for the bowler to field on his follow through. Again, good use of feet, but can't beat the bowler who fields on his follow through again. 2 dot balls to start this over. Just worked around the onside. Short mid wicket does the fielding. So Vidushan has bowled 9 balls so far. Not a single run has been conceded. He's bowled really well. And Sangeet Kure again trying to use his feet and drive, but still beaten in the flight as well. So he plays again down the track. So Tishan Vidushan keeping Sangeet Kure quiet as well. Now adjustment to the field as Niroshan Dikwala makes that adjustment, moving that man perhaps from a deep backward square leg. There he is. This time played away on the offside towards that sweeper cover region. They pick up a single for that. So the first run scored of Tishan Vidushan's bowling. Of the 11 balls bowled. There we are, the coach and the mentor, Brigesh Jagannathan and Chami Davaz in conversation. All smiles as well. They've done well with their team. Again, well bowled. Now excellent over. Just a 1 run coming off that. So 11 overs completed. Maliban 54 for no wicket. With Hiran Jayasundar on 20 of 32. Sangeet Kure on 28 of 34. And Vidushan 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 run, no wicket. So weather conditions have improved here at Thurston College grounds in Colombo. There's no threat of rain. Those dark clouds have moved away, perhaps blown away. And the time that we should start thinking of rain is when the ground staff, who are very conversant with the weather conditions in this part of the world, when they move towards the covers and get their covers in the hands, that's when we know that dangerous signs are around the corner. But at the moment, they're not with the covers. They're sitting far away from the covers, just watching the cricket. There we are. That's where they are. The ground staff enjoying the cricket. They've done well to get this ground ready for another match today. 2 days ago, when the rains came down in the afternoon, the match was abandoned. The outfield was absolutely muddy, but it's recovered so well. So Edward Nathan on his way again to bowl his 4th over. And Kure plays it gently on the offside out towards long off for a single. So even though the boundaries are dried up, they're still picking up the singles, rotating the strike. That's what it's all about. They've batted well so far. We're into the 12th over. Both batsmen in their 20s. Jayasundar on 20 of 33. Sangeet Kure on 29 of 35. Run rate at the moment is 4.93. This time bang on target is Edward Nathan and played defensively on the back foot. Isira and Jayasundara. Again defensively forward. So the BBK partnership spinners are really doing the job for their team, putting the brakes on the run rate. It's now 4.78. And perhaps the pick of the spinners for BBK partnership is V.S. Kant. He's not bowled the captain of the side. In the last game, V.S. Kant opted not to complete the spell for all his spinners. They were short of bowling their 10 overs. Bowled a lot of the medium pacers. This time worked on the onside. That will be a single. It's the last game that BBK partnership played against Fairfax Insurance. They put Fairfax into bat. They made 240 all out in 49.3 overs. And they were 185 for 4 when the showers came down. So they won on Duckworth Grease by 22 runs. Nicely played. Sangeet Kure plays out of the offside. Not the single being taken. So Kure into the 30s and 12 overs completed. And Maliban now 57 for no wicket after 12 overs. Hiran Jayasundara, he's there on 21 of 37 with 2 boundaries. Sangeet Kure on 30 of 36 balls with 3 boundaries. 6 extras in the total of 57 for no wicket. And look at the batting card for Singer. Very strong batting card as well. Satishan Vidushan has bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 run and no wickets to continue from the Bauda Lokamam's end. That's where you see all the traffic moving about. That's Colombo in action for all those people around the world watching a live telecast of the cricket. Pushed out this time towards long on for single by Sangeet Kure. Shamunathan the fielder. So Niroshan Dikwala very much involved in this game, setting the field for his bowlers as well, making some adjustments. There we are. The man at backward square leg. Vidushan getting through his overs very quickly indeed. Again driven on the offside towards sweeper cover. Coming back for the second run. They completed very comfortably in the end. So the first time that 2 runs have been taken off for Tishan Vidushan. Bang on target this time. Flighted, driven straight towards extra cover. Some of you must be wondering as to what that area is that you just saw. Where a fielder took a dive there. That's where they play matting cricket. Quicker one. Jasundra defends. Ends the over. 13 completed. Maliban 60 for no wicket. Current run rate 4.62. Jasundra 23 of 42. Sangeet Kure on 31 of 37. And Vidushan 3 overs. 1 maiden, none for 4. So BBK partnership will be disappointed when they won the toss and invited Maliban to bat first. They thought they'll pick up some quick wickets, not to be as Hiran Jayasundara and Sangeet Kure batted sensibly. They batted extremely well. No chances being given, and they looked very, very comfortable indeed to the quick bowlers as well as the spinners so far. And Vyaskant, the captain, brings himself on. So there's the change in the bowling. That's Vyaskant, who's bowled so well throughout this tournament. 58 matches, best bowling figures 5 for 49. He's really developed. 5 wicket haul once and 3 wickets 12 times. Look at that economy rate, 4.88. So he's bare on target as well. He's been on target, so let's see if he can pick up a wicket here. There we are, big shout from Dikwal. Umpire not moved, but excellent delivery to start off for Vyaskant. Beat Sangeet Kure outside the line of off stump. That will be a prize scalp if they can pick up Sangeet Kure. Drives this time on the offside towards the deep mid-off. He'll pick up 1 for that. So Vyaskant has improved his accuracy over the last 1 year. The right arm leg spinner. Can bowl the wrong one as well. He can trouble batsmen. He's a wicket taking bowler, that's for sure. Look at that. Just beats the outside edge of Sangeet Kure. Dick Weller was certain he got the man. Not the umpire. Quicker. Off the back foot, Jayasundar plays towards sweeper. Subias Khan, the captain of BBK partnership. On the 5 games they've played, now the 5th game that's in action. He has won the toss 5 times, so 100% record. He win the toss is Vyas Kant. On 4 occasions, he's asked the opposition to bat. Just once that they batted first. Nicely driven by Sangeet Kure, straight to deep mid-off. They cross quickly for the single. Slight adjustments of field from Vyaskant as well. Moving an extra man on the onside. There we are. So one slip in place. Ends his first over, Vyaskant, and 14 completed. Maliban 63 for no wicket, run rate of 4.50. Hiran Jayasundar on 24 of 44. Sangeet Kure on 33 of 41. And Vyaskant 1 over for 3 runs. There's the bowling card for BBK partnership. Santosh Gunthara opened the bowling. He bowled his first 3 overs quite well. The 4th over went quite a few runs, in fact wides as well. So none for 27 from 4 overs. Tony Gregg, his first over he had 3 wides, 2 overs none for 11. Deduction 4 overs none for 18. Vitushan has bowled 3 overs none for 4, and Vyaskant 1 over for 3 runs. As Tishan Vitushan will continue to bowl his 4th over. The 15th of the innings. He's got Sangeet Kure on strike. Turned around the corner on the onside, a shot made wicket. The batsman not taking chances with Vitushan, playing the bowling on its merits. Again down the track, use of feet, but playing down the track to the bowler field on his follow through. This is excellent bowling from Tishan Vitushan. Turned around the corner towards the backward square leg. This time, plenty of time to cross for a single. So the right hand on strike, they got a slip in place as well. Santosh Gunthara is that slip. Nicely played on the offside, now towards that long off fielder for a single. Sarjan Shamunathan does the fielding. The youngster, he's still in school, 19 years of age. Again, good use of feet, drives on the onside, beats the bowler out towards long on. Shamunathan fields once again. And Tishan Vitushan getting through his overs so quickly. A leg by and 2 singles of the over so far. Oh, beats the batsman. That turned and bounced a bit. Excellent over from Vitushan. 15 completed, and Maliban 66 and no wicket. Run rate of 4.40. Hiran Jayasundar 25-46, Sangeet Kure on 34-45, Vitushan 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 6.
things have slowed down a little bit since the spinners have been brought into operation. But now, more importantly, we could see the ground staff preparing themselves near the covers, which is not really good signs if you're a cricket fan and if you're watching us live. That's not a good sign. You could see the dark clouds coming around the grounds. There is a bit of threat. Well, the weather did predict that there might be some rain during the latter part of the day, but since start of the play, there have been some dark clouds which are running across the grounds. But at the moment, the play continues. V.S. Kant, he has been fantastic as he has been throughout this tournament. He's into his second over, just the 4 runs considered. Good one, gets the outside edge, should be at least a couple of runs. Good running between the wickets. 2 more runs added to the total. Now, these two batters, they have really put on a good partnership for this opening wicket. They have hardly given any chance. That's a quick look at the clouds. Some heavy ones, I need to tell you that. There is a threat at the moment. Good bit of work at backward of point. The fielders, they need to support the bowlers. Try and contain the flow of runs. Don't let the batters run those 1s and 2s quite easily. Try to increase the number of dot balls. That will create additional pressure, which will open up gates to grab a wicket. That has been shot, cut away. Welcome boundary for Hiran after some time. Spoils a good over, 7 runs coming off that over. Hiran moves off to 31. He was getting himself into a shell, but that was asking for trouble. Short, touch outside the off stump and given the treatment. Welcome boundary to complete over number 16. 66 without loss. In fact, 73 without loss. You could see there is a strong wind that is blowing across the ground, and umpires have called for the covers. Looks like the ground staff, they're finding it hard to manage the covers as well, because it has been a strong wind that is blowing across the ground, and there are clear threats of heavy shower coming down in a short while. As we could see, there are some heavy clouds right behind us, making its way towards the ground. That's the risk. That is the issue. And surely the umpires would not want to take a chance. As you could see, the ground staff, they're putting a lot of effort to bring in those heavy covers to make sure the surface is covered and protected if the rains come down. And probably if we do get a chance to start play again, we need to keep the square covered and protected, so that when the rain ceases, we could have a quick start. After some heavy pulling, the ground staff, they do manage to cover the square. and make sure it's evenly covered and protected. So 16 overs have been completed of the Maliban Biscuit innings, 73 without loss. The two opening batters, they've been out there for an hour or so, and they have put up a nice little partnership for the opening wicket. They hardly gave any chance for the BBK partnership bowlers to try and get a wicket. They have been very, very watchful. He ran 31 of 50, and Sangeet Kure 35 of 47. That's a quick look at the skies. Heavy clouds, heavy dark clouds. That's the batting card for you. Hiran Jayasundara and Sangeet Kure, both the opening batters, they have been very decent with the bat. 3 boundaries each for both players. And that's the summary as we would take a quick look at the batting card again. 7 extras. And they are at a strong position after 16 overs. 73 without loss. Well, nothing much to speak about the bowling card. All the bowlers have been given the treatment. But Thisan Vidushan, look at his figures. 4 overs, 19 dot deliveries and just the 6 runs given away. So we will take a short break and we will come back to you with good news. Well, that was a short stay. Good news, we are back live from the Thurston Cricket Grounds here in Colombo for the game between BBK Partnerships and Maliban Biscuits. Well, I think it was a break for about 11 to 12 minutes. But the news is the clouds are still hovering around the grounds, but at the moment the rains have stayed away. So the umpires have decided to continue with the game. Here's a quick refresher of the batting card again. The two opening batters, they're unbeaten. But there is a slight drizzle still that is going across the ground, and I just think for a moment it's getting a bit harder once again as the umpires and the players did walk out to start the play again, and we could see the umpires coming back together to see if they could resume play or they need to call things off. Now that is not good. Now that is not good at all. Heavy clouds around the grounds. We could see the two opening batters. They have made their way to the middle. Teesan Vidushan, he's ready with the ball as well. And at the far end, we could see the ground staff. They're still ready with the covers in hands. There is a steady drizzle, but the umpires have decided to continue. The spinners will find it a little bit tough to operate, as they will find it hard to grip the ball. Batters might try to take a chance, but at the moment the drizzle, it has been very steady. Umpires are happy to continue with the play so far. Couple of steps down the ground. Now these two batters, they need to be very watchful. They shouldn't throw away their wicket, because any moment the play might stop again. Well, hitting one of those rough patches that will run down to the fine leg region. Wide call by the umpire. Teesan Vidushan looking at his fingers, realizing that he's finding it hard to grip the ball, especially with the rains coming down. The drizzle is continuing. 75 without loss. Very watchful, defensively played. There is a heavy breeze that is being blown across the ground as well. That kept low for some reason. Well, I think the rains are coming down harder now. Right, it was just 1 over. Umpires are called for the covers again. As you could see, the rains are dashing down at the moment. Just the 1 over after resuming play. Nothing much. And the bad news is the rains have started pouring down here at the Thurston Cricket Grounds in Colombo. And to add on top of that, it is getting very dark. The clouds are getting together much faster around the grounds, which is not really good news if you are a cricketing fan and if you're following this game, catching us live here from the Thurston Grounds. Right, if you're just joining us, BBK Partnerships winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, and put in Maliban Biscuits to bat in first. They're 76 without loss after 17 overs. So this is the 5th day and the last day of the group stage games of the Singer-MCA Super Premier League. Both teams, they are in comfortable positions when it comes to the points table. They have been selected through to the playoffs. Here's a quick look at the batting card. The two opening batters quite comfortably managed to get themselves settled in after 17 overs. 76 without loss with 9 extras. This is a bowling card, nothing much to talk about it. The key highlight, Thisan Vidushan, 5 overs, just the 9 runs. That's fantastic. 9 extras, 17 overs done. As the play has been stopped for rain, we will take a short break and we will come back soon with updates. Ah, like that IPL method. Okay. Hello and welcome. We are back live from the Thurston cricket grounds here in Colombo. We had a break for about 54 minutes before rain interrupted while Maliban was batting out there. 17 overs completed, 76 runs without loss. And we have some revised playing conditions. The number of overs have been brought down to 46 per side, with the lunch being taken at 2:07 to 2:34. And one bowler could bowl 10 overs, and the rest of the bowlers, in fact 4 bowlers, will be allowed in bowling 9 overs each. So those are the revised playing conditions. Well, talking about the weather, not a big change. The clouds are still hovering around the grounds, as you could see on your screen as well. The dark heavy clouds. It's just that the rain has ceased and it's ready for playing conditions. Hats off to the ground staff. They did a pretty decent job in preparing the ground in a short period of time to get things back in line. We hope and pray that the rains would stay away for some time so we could continue with this game between Maliban Biscuits and BBK partnership. Right, to start things off, we have Shyam Sundar, who has been brought into the attack. Decent economy rate, best bowling figures of 4 for 51. Early days in his career, has a long way to go. So we are all set for the first delivery after the rain break, and Shyam Sundaram will bowl his first delivery of his first over. Hiran will be on strike. The two opening batters have done a decent job. They need to continue from where they stopped. Very watchful, very defensivul. Usually we know that when there is a break and when the batters are back on the field, probably a drinks break or a rain interruption or something like that, there tend to be a wicket that goes down. Just because the batters, they get out of the touch for some time, they take a break, they come back, they need to get themselves in again. So that would take some time. So this would be an ideal time for the bowling skipper to put a little bit of extra pressure and try to grab a wicket here. Maybe get in a field inside the circle, one extra fielder, put that pressure, restrict the flow of runs, and try to pick a wicket out of nowhere. That would be ideal as a bowling skipper if you could implement. Now, that kind of easy singers, if possible, should be stopped. You need to try and keep the batter in one end, push the pressure. Sangeet, he has been very watchful. Sangeet Kure 35 of 50. Hiran Jayaratne, he's 33 of 57. Both the batters, they've been out there for some time. They know how the surface is behaving. But at the moment, they will have to deal with multiple things working around their minds, especially the rain factor. They need to keep that in mind. The team chasing will have the Duckworth Lewis come into play as well. So they need to put up a fighting total in order for their bowlers to try and bowl at something. Sangeet Kure, he gets off the mark straight away after the break. He moves on to 36. A friendly full toss on the ideal delivery to be bowling. We are back after a 54 minutes break. Decently bowled Good over to start off with. 18 overs done, 78 without loss. These and Vidushan, the highlights of the bowling card. 5 overs considering just the 9 runs, 24 dot deliveries. Now that's one column you can work on. Dot delivery column as a bowler. If you're not getting wickets, work on dot deliveries. That will add a lot of pressure to the bat, especially after the spinners were introduced into the attack. They have slowed down things a lot. The run rate has gone down considerably. The batters haven't been able to score freely and easily. So that's one way you could push back the pressure onto the batters and try to grab a wicket out of that. V.S. Kant, he's a very handy bowler, very smart candidate. Has a bag of tricks behind him. He will use them to come against you as a batter. He tends to bowl a lot quicker comparing to other leg spinners. More or less like the Rashid Khans from Afghanistan who used to fire in the leg spin. Whereas we would see Vanidu Hasaranga from Sri Lanka. He used to give it a little bit of air. So different type of leg spinners. Usually V.S. Kant, he hurries the batters onto the back foot. He has that straightened delivery which troubles the batters a lot. Just like that, he will have that one knot delivery. He will float it up, inviting you to go after him. He has done brilliantly in this tournament so far as a skipper as well. That's that delivery, the fire delivery, which will push you to the back foot. Hiran Jayaratne taking it almost off the stumps. Talking about V.S. Kant, he has done a fantastic job with the ball, with the bat, and as a captain. He has helped BBK. He has guided BBK partnerships to get into that playoff stage after losing their first 2 games. He has made sure to keep up the momentum on the field and off the field as well. A very friendly character. Quick single, good running, 3 runs coming off that. 19 overs done, 81 without loss. Sham Sundaram will continue with his off spin. Now, one unique thing about this bowler, if you have a closer look, he used to bowl with both arms. Now, that's one unique talent, I need to tell you that. We already do have one player in Sri Lanka, Kamidu Mendis, who used to bowl his off spin using the left arm and the right arm. Now, look, he's bowling to a right-hander, and he's going to bowl from the left arm, spinning the ball away from the left-hand batter. That has been chipped into the extra cover region. Couple of bounces into the ropes for 4 runs. Welcome boundary for Hiran Jayaratne after the break. That's a statement that he's wanting to make, that he's in good touch. No matter we had a break of 54 minutes, he's back on track. Lovely shot. One of the beautiful shots in the cricketing books. The inside-out cover drive. I could recall a legendary player in Sri Lanka, Mahela Javadana, who used to play that shot so nicely. It looks good on eyes as well. This time straight to the cover fielder. So this is an inborn talent to use both your arms to bowl against the left-handers and the right-handers in a similar way. Hardly any difference that you will see. This time short. Equally well fielded. If it had gone past that fielder, that would have been 4 runs. Look at the disappointment on Hiran Jayaratne's face. He knew that. He knew if he got past that fielder, that would have been 4 runs. Driven down for another single. This is good batting. Absolutely very well done by these two batters. They have looked very confident from the moment they walked out there to the middle this morning. Five runs coming off that. 20 overs done. 87 without loss.
So 26 overs left in the innings. 20 completed at the moment. 46 per side. Half the rain delays we've had. We had one delay for 12 minutes. And the second one, a longer one, 54 minutes. And Viaskant Kuboli is the 4th over. Playing the cut shot very close to his body that time. Hiran Jayasundaram. Going for the sweep shot. Takes off the pad down to short, fine leg. There's no chance of a run. So one bowler allowed to bowl 10 overs. Another 4 can bowl 9 overs. The restrictions after the rain delay. Swept away again down towards a deep mid-wicket. Picked up inside the boundary. They'll pick up 1 run. So brings Sangeet Kure once again on strike. He's on 39. Hiran Jayasundaram on 40. So these two batsmen going neck to neck. In fact, they opened the batting. 88 for no wicket after 20.3 overs. They batted superbly so far. Play and a miss outside the line of off stump and close call for Sangeet Kure. The wrong one from Viaskant. He's so accurate these days. That's made the big difference. Quicker one on the back foot, plays it gently on the down the track. Flicked away on the one side, past that square leg region for a single. So 2 runs coming off that over, 21 completed. Maliban 89 for no wicket, with Hiran Jayasundaram on 40 and Sangeet Kure on 40 as well. And Viaskant 4 overs, none for 15. The projected score is 195 after 46 overs. That's the latest equation. So lunch will be only 30 minutes, taken between 7 minutes past 2 o'clock and 2:37. Any more details to this tournament? Today being the last of these league games for these 6 teams. Krishna Sriram will continue to bowl his 3rd over. None for 8 his figures. We'll come to that in a moment as the spinners get through their overs pretty quickly. Right, so some of the other games that are going on. Haley's versus HNB. HNB were 49 for 2 after 12.4 overs. Nice to play the backward point as the fielding. Then Fairfax Insurance against CDB. Fairfax Insurance 63 for 3 after 17 overs. So all these games were affected by rain as well. Cut Tapishri just bounces just before the fielder. Almost got there. Santosh Guntilak was fielding at a backward point. Didn't stretch out. Nicely driven past the fielder, extra cover. Sweeper tide is up. So Thiessen is the fielder down at extra cover. Look at that. That's the one that was hit in the air. Bounced just in front of Santosh Guntilak on those rough areas. That is where the matting wickets are laid. Quick single, that's good running. Excellent running with the wickets. Played to the left of Shanmunathan and took off for the single. Good call, in fact, from Sangeet Kure as well. Again, played towards that backward point. Guntilak gets a hand to it. That's damaged the finger in the rush as well. That's the end of the over. 22 completed. Maliban 91 for no wicket. Run rate of 4.14. Sangeet Kure on 41 of 66. Hiran Jayasundar on 41 of 70. Sriram 3 overs, none for 10. Right, adding a few more things to the tournament that's on at the moment. Today is the last of the league game, so the 6 teams playing in this tournament. That is the 32nd Singer Mercantile Cricket Association Super Premier League for 2025. And what happens once these games are completed? The top 2 teams of the group, they'll meet in the semi-final. VS Khan starts a new over, cut away nicely towards that sweeper region for a single. And the bottom 4 teams, they will play in a quarter-final game. But it will be knockout from that stage onwards. The 2 teams that win in those 2 quarterfinals will meet in a semi-final. And the winner of that game will meet the finalist from the top 2 teams. Well ball, quick single again. Excellent running. Shanmunathan with the throw. Couldn't stop the single being taken. This is what good running is all about. Putting the pressure on the fielders as well. Look at that. Just played very gently on the offside. The return comes in and the wicketkeeper has his glove out. The batsman has creased quite correctly. Played upishly again, but drops short of that short third man who gets a hand to it. Takes the pace of the ball but can't stop it completely. They come back for 2. So Maliban turning the pressure on after this rain delay of 54 minutes. Making run making so easy, looking so easy at the moment. Well bowled. That's the leg break. Beat the batsman. Hiran beaten, all ends up outside the line of off stump. So 4 runs so far of this Vieskant over the 5 balls he's bowled. Well flighted, drives down the track, the bowler fields, end of the over, 23 completed. Maliban 95 for no wicket. Run rate of 4.13. Hiran Jayasundar on 44 of 75. Sangeet Kure on 42 of 64. And Vieskant has bowled 5 overs, none for 19. Pleasant conditions for the players at the moment. The comfort levels will be very high because there is no great sunlight coming through on the grounds. Those clouds looming over the grounds, no threat of rain. As the ground staff have dropped the covers, they're watching the match going on, the ground staff. And they're experts at reading the weather in these parts of the world, especially ground staff from around Sri Lanka. They know when it is time for the rain to come. They then stand up, hold the covers in their hands and ready to run on. Otherwise, they're relaxing as well. So ground staff work very hard indeed to maintain all these facilities. Edward Nathan to bowl his fifth over, none for 18 from 4 at the moment his figures. Sangeet Kure is on strike. Played out gently on the offside. They cross for a single. Quicker this time, but off the back foot is Hirani plays it out to sweep a cover. One more run. Projected score 190 for Maliban. So Sangeet Kure and Hiran Jayasundara quite prepared to play the good balls on its merit. Just play it out on the offside, onside and on the track with the bowler to field. Well bowled again. Bit of extra bounce that time for Edward Nathan. Just 2 runs on the 5 balls of this over. Well stopped, got a high end to it. But they'll pick up a single in the meantime. The lengthy over 24 was completed. And here we are at Maliban on 98 for no wicket. Run rate is 4.08. Hiran Jayasundara, he's on 45 with 76. Sangeet Kure on 44, 69. Edward Nathan, 5 overs, none for 21. The projected score now 188. So batsmen have a little chat. Good opening stand from these two. Really done well for their team, because don't forget Maliban has a very strong batting side. Got a lot of Sri Lankan players also in their ranks, budding Sri Lankan players, so to keep them quiet is going to take a lot of good bowling. Krishna Sriram will continue to bowl his 4th over, none for 10 his figures. Bowling left-handed Sangeet Kure on 44 of 69. Nicely played off the back foot along the ground towards sweeper for 1. So Krishna Sriram indicates the umpire is going to come left arm round the wicket to the right-hander. Well bowled, beats the batsman outside the line of off stump. Bit of turn and bounce as well for Krishna Sriram. That will please the spinner as well. Swept in the air, safe down towards that long on position. Shanmunathan doing the fielding, has the towel as well to dry the ball, because don't forget the outfield still is moist. It has got some water as well. This time played away by Sangeet Kure to sweep for a single. Brings the 100 up as well. 101 now. 101 for no wicket. We're in the 25th over. Excellent opening stand from these two. No pressure at all on the batting, and the rest of the batting to come as well. They feel comfortable. Too short. Played on the onside. Flighted. Again driven by Sangeet Kure, too long off for one. So he'll keep the strike. That ends the over. 25 completed. Maliban 103 for no wicket. Run rate is 4.12. Hiranja Sundar on 47 of 79. Sangeet Kure on 47 of 72. And Krishna Sriram 4 overs, none for 15 his figures.
.25 overs done. Haran 3 without loss. This has been a fantastic opening partnership between these two batters. They held their nerves together, hardly given any opportunity to the bowlers to get over them. It has been fantastic, especially when you're getting yourself prepared for the playoffs. You need to sign things off on a positive manner. That act of Sangeet Kure shows how concentrated he is on the field. He concentrates a lot. Just does that to make sure he does not take his mind away from what he's been doing there in the middle. If you closely watch, the batters in the middle, they use different techniques to make sure they concentrate. And they have their own beliefs, the little things they do that comforts and makes them feel better while they're batting out there. So far, the bowlers have been taken on a ride, I would say. The reason being is these batters haven't played a single fall shot. Yes, we did have a couple of which might have created some opportunity, but again, they have been very watchful. They have been very disciplined with their shot selection, which is very important as a batter if you're trying to work yourself through a long innings. The important fact is that one of these batters, they need to stay out there, go make that big number, and the other might need to try and up the run rate. Just like that, as we speak, that has been hammered through the covers to the boundary for 4 runs. Fantastic shot from Hiran. He moves up to his half century, a very, very well deserved half century. Brilliant shot, Hiran Jai Sundra. Just the 5 boundaries. Now that tells you a story. 20 runs coming off boundaries and the rest coming off singles. So that shows how committed he has been out there, believing in those ones and twos. Classical shot. The inside out. Through the extra covers. It has not been the day for any of these bowlers. They are heavy on spin. They work through hard, but unfortunately, they haven't been rewarded today. It's just been good batting. It's not that we could take anything from the bowlers, but it has been just classy batting. Brilliant. That completes over number 26. 109 without loss. As I mentioned earlier, they bat deep. If you did take a closer look at the batting card, Milinda Sirivardhana, he comes down to bat at number 8. And there you go. That's that little thing that I was talking about, Sangeet Kure. A small movement if he just starts a fresh over. Well, Shyam Sundaram has been taken off the attack. Probably they have decided to bring back Thisan Vidushan. New Sangeet Kure. He's unbeaten on 49 of 74 deliveries. Thisan, he has been fantastic throughout this tournament, just like in this game as well. 5 overs, just the 9 runs considered. He has been very, very disciplined with his bowling. That's 50 for Sangeet Kure. What a knock. Both these opening batters, back-to-back half centuries for both the opening batters. One after the other. Brilliant. And that's a fantastic partnership. 77 deliveries, just the 3 boundaries. That's a lot to talk about. 12 runs coming off boundaries. Rest of the 38 coming in singles and twos. That is absolutely brilliant. Sweeps. Sweeps fine. There is protection behind square. Just the 1 run. Well, should have been very close. Additional run given away. There you go. That was disappointing. Should have been stopped. Every extra run would count at the end of the innings. Good bit of fielding from Thisan. Good over. Just the 3 runs. 27 done. 114 without loss. Sham Sundaram. He has been brought in from the other end. 4 overs for 15 runs. They're trying their level best to get through these batters, but unfortunately, played up in there, but into the gap. One hand coming off the bat. 4 runs, bouncing just inside the boundary line. Hiran Jayaratne showing early intentions that he's trying to take on the bowlers after getting to that half century. The bottom hand coming off the bat just to make sure that he hits the gap. There was protection at cover and long off. Current run rate 4.32. They would definitely love to get that up a little bit. Get it around that 5-run mark. Trying for a reverse sweep. Very risky shot. That's what I was talking about. Hiran Jayaratne showed clear intentions of going after the bowlers. He's trying to be aggressive. One more run added to the total. There you go. Sangit Kure doing his exercise before facing the bowler. Nice to see those little things. You may find bowlers, you may find batters, those kind of little things. One of these batters might try to go after the bowlers. So between them, they have to decide who is going to take on the bowlers. 6 runs coming off that. 28 overs done. 120 without loss. This is Hiran Jayasundar's half century. He has played some classic shots. Good on the eyes. All along ground, most of those shots. And that was the one that got my eye. Beautiful. Up and over, extra cover. The couple of shots inside out. He has been fantastic. He needs to go and make that big number. Couple of deliveries trying to meet Thiessen Vidushan half the way. Haven't succeeded. Dot deliveries. They will add a little bit of pressure. Now they need to focus on the run rate as well. They have put up a base. They have done the right thing at the start of this innings. Healthy partnership between these two batters. Now they need to move on to the next step of pushing up the run rate, which is currently at 4.25. Get that past the 5-run mark, probably around the 37th or the 38th over. So you have about 8 overs in hand to put your foot on the accelerator. a bit of footwork, but still the batters do cross over a single. At the moment, they're happy to do it with singles. Probably they might have a chat in between them who's going to go after the bowlers to up the run rates. That was a good delivery, fired into the left-hand batter. 4 runs coming off that. 29 overs done. 1-4 without loss. Right, let's have a quick look at Sangeet's half century. He played some delightful strokes. A couple of shots, he went on big, one shorthand jab. But apart from that, it has been all the singles and the twos in his innings. A well-structured innings by Sangeet Kure. 124 runs on the board with 17 overs left. That's 102 legal deliveries. A runner ball will get them to 226 runs, which is a good total. But looking at the surface, how it has been behaving since the start of play, probably try and get to that total around 250, especially with BBK chasing down that big total in their previous game. Tony Grigg has been brought back into the attack, into his second spell. Well, overall, every bowler of BBK partnerships, they have been fantastic throughout this tournament. They've contributed well, they've contained the runs, they've grabbed the wickets, they've put the pressure on the batters, they've done the basics right. It's just that the batting department had a little bit of concern, which they might feel they have got through in the previous game. Shaw gets that outside edge over the Queller. Welcome boundary for Hiran. The idea was right from Tony Grigg, but unfortunately for him, Hiran did get a thick outside edge. Dikwala went up in the air trying to grab that, but unfortunately the ball flying over his head, just out of his reach. Gave it everything, Dikwala, hoping that it might stick. It was not the story for Dikwala. 4 runs, a very welcome boundary. They need to focus on these boundaries. One of the batters, they need to try and look for those boundaries. Well, we could see the umpires. Probably the umpires just having a chat, try to figure out what the reason was. Maybe they want to have a look at the ball, whether it's in playing conditions. Yeah, that's what we hear. They are requested for a new ball. In fact, there you go, the match referee for the day, Mr. Vichevardhana, handing over another ball to the umpire and taking back the previous one. Probably it was damaged. Usually in the current days cricket, there are 2 balls which are used up until the 34th over from either sides of the wicket. So if we are into the 30th over, so both balls that have been used since the start of the innings, probably around 15 overs old. Might have had some serious concerns over the ball, so the umpire decides to get on a new one. means it's not a new ball. Basically, it's one of the balls that have been used in similar conditions, probably 14 to 15 overs old, which could be used when a new ball is required. Right, we are back live in action. Hits it hard onto the bat. Tony Gregg, he gets that pace generated out of the surface. Hits the batter hard. Sangit Kure. There you go. Once again. Projected score at 201, which I don't think would be sufficient on this surface. With 10 wickets in hand, they need to try and get to the 250 total. They need to go past that. To do that, one of these batters, they need to try and put their foot on the accelerator. Try and go after the bowlers. One of them, while the other hang out there. Driven firmly. There is protection at deep long off. Just the one run. 6 runs coming off this over. This has not been the day so far for the bowlers. Couple of stops and starts, the rain interruptions, overcast conditions. Well, the external factors do support the bowlers, but the batters, they have been on top. Trying for an uppercut. Very well directed bounce by Tony Gregg. But I'd love to have a little bit more pace, just so that it could cramp the batter, not giving any time to play that lap over the wicket keeper. Yeah, trying for that uppercut. Could bounce and carry through to the wicket keeper as well. Quick run taken. Good over. 7 runs for Maliban Biscuits coming off the 30th over. 30 done. 131 without loss.
So there we are. That's the scorecard for Maliban. Hiran Jayasundar leading the way 68 of 96 balls, 7 boundaries. Sangit Kure not far behind, 54 of 85 with 3 boundaries. And the batting to come, that strong batting card. And Maliban has done really well. They put in the bat today by BBK partnership. And they've done extremely well. I was talking to Chaminda Vaz about the wicket itself during that rain break, and he said there was a bit of moisture on the track, and that's the reason that they decided to win the toss and bowl first. But they didn't have the quick bowlers who could extract a lot of moisture out of the wicket itself and get that movement going. That was his explanation of why they decided to bowl first. And here's Tishan Vidushan down the track, lofted well on the onside. That's gone all the way. No doubt about that. There's the umpire, outstretched hands. Tishan Vidushan has bowled extremely well up to this point. It conceded on 23 runs. And now suddenly goes for a big 6. Jayasundar down the track. Look at that. Good elevation. There was no field out there. Went over the boundary quite comfortably. Beats him outside the line of off stump. Now, Tishan Vidushan is also one of those boys who played cricket in the north of Sri Lanka. Played across the line this time. Down to deep mid-wicket. Picked up inside the boundary. That's smart fielding because that's another area that could have been very slippery after the rains. .56 the run rate at the moment. Lofted uppishly on the onside. One bounce the fielder. A deep backward square leg is on the boundary. Picks up one more run. Is Jayasundara. Moves on to 77 of 100 balls. Brings Sangeet Kure on strike. He's on 54 of 85. He's not had much of the strike in recent overs. Is Sangeet Kure. Vitushan has conceded 9 runs of the 4 deliveries in this over, with that big 6 for the first ball. Pricked him on the onside this time. Lots of gaps on the onside as well. They'll pick up 1 for that. So BBK partnership not able to get a breakthrough. This opening pair has done extremely well for Maliban. Trying to drive on the offside. Made room for himself down the leg side. Got some bat to it. Plays out to long off for a single that lend the over as well. 31 completed. And Maliban now 142 for no wicket. And run rate of 4.58 with Sangeet Kure on 55 of 86. Hiran Jayasundara on 78 of 101. And Tishan Vitushan 8 overs, none for 28. Will he be the bowler to go on to bowl 10 overs, or that's one bowler out to bowl 10 overs? There's the bowling card for BBK partnership. Santosh Guntaleka 4 overs, none for 27. Tony Greig is bowled 3, none for 18. Edward Dilakshan, none for 28 from 6. Tishan Vitushan 8 overs, none for 28, the most economical of the bowlers. V.S. Kant 5 overs, none for 19. And Krishna Sriram 5 overs, none for 21. 9 extras. And up to 31 overs, Maliban now 142 for no wicket. Tony Greig, the quick bowler, in operation again. This is his 4th over. None for 18 his figures at the moment. Another short one lifting outside the line of off stump. Tony Greig has the ability to bend his back and get that extra lift, in fact. Another one of the boys who comes from a sporting family. In fact, we understand that his brothers also have got cricketing names. Comes from the north of Sri Lanka. Brought up there playing cricket. Upish on the offside. Caught at third man. Well, there we are. That's what they wanted. Tony Greig ultimately making those short balls pay off. Hiran Jayasundara, the man who was on the back foot, opened the face of the bat, got a lot of bat to it, hit it straight down the throat of third man, who judged it well and took the catch. So there we are. That's what really happened. Look at that. Plays it in the air, down to third man. Third man kept his eyes on the ball. Good catch taken down there. Not the easiest of catches to take. And there we are. So he goes. Well played, 50 as well. Hiran Jayasundara, 78 of 103 balls. And that's the first wicket to fall at 142. So Maliban had done extremely well to put 142 runs on for the first wicket. And Tony Greig has picked up that first wicket. 1 for 18 is figures of 3.2 overs. So Dushan, the new batsman, who walks in and joins Sangeet Kure in the middle. Maliban packed with the top-class batting side. So many stroke makers in that side as well. They'll be out to get over 250 runs if they can in 46 overs. Due to rain delays, we've lost 4 overs per side. Dushan Hemantha is the batsman. 68 matches, 200s and 850s. So he's got a good pedigree in limited overs cricket. Average 31, strike rate 91. So Tony Greig with the wicket under his belt. Dushan Hemantha is the batsman who is in the middle. Pulls that run off the glove maybe. Fine leg tidies up. They'll pick up one. So Dushan Hemantha is off the mark with one. So a few words on the skipper himself. Yes, Kant. So brings the left-handed Sangeet Kure on strike. Maliban 143 for 1 in the 32nd over. Good drive. Hit the fielder somewhere on the body. He's on the ground at the moment. Let's take a look at that again. Umpire calls out to the first aid people to run in. That was very powerfully struck by Sangeet Kure. There we are. So first aid rushing out at the moment. Where did it strike him? We'll have to take a look at that to see as to where it struck him. They're all out at the moment. Everybody's around the fielder. We'll look at that. There we go. Look at that. Powerfully struck. He was on the ground straight away. Perhaps somewhere on the throat region. That could be the area. It looks like Santosh Gunselekar at the fielder, who's on the ground at the moment. We'll have to reconfirm that in a moment when we have a better view of the players play on the ground. The magic spray is being used at the moment. Yes, he's on his feet. Took a very, very powerful blow. That's right, Santosh Gunselekar is the fielder. We look at that again. There it goes. He's fielding just at the edge almost of that matting wicket area. It struck that area and came into him. Perhaps he lost sight of the ball. That's a grey area and it's coming off the field. Yes, Santosh Gunselekar is coming off the field. Struck on the throat, on the side of the throat. It must have really, really hurt him as he comes off. We saw him fielding once before also at that area just outside those matting wickets. When the ball bounced that area, then we thought for a moment it's going to be a catch, but it dropped there and he picked up the ball cleanly. So ground staff taking the option to get busy and remark the creases as well. This is what they do with every drinks break, in fact. That's about 1 hour and 10 minutes. So BBK partnership, they also get into a huddle, a little chat as to what really to be done in the next few overs. There we are, that's the batting card. Hiran Jayasundara, 78 of 103 balls, 1 6 and 7 fours. What an innings that was, absolutely fantastic innings. Sangeet Kure, good support from him. 56 of 87, 3 boundaries. Dushan Hemantha is just in. 9 extras in 31.4 overs. 144 for 1 is Maliban. Put into bat today by BBK partnership. It's a pleasant day for cricket because there's no sunlight over the grounds. The dark clouds looming in the horizon as well. No threat of immediate rain. If there is any threat, we'll see the ground staff on their feet. They'll be with the covers and on the covers as well, waiting to run in when the umpires call them. There we are. That's what the clouds look like. Pretty high at the moment. We hope that we'll have a full day's cricket to get a result of this game. Maliban Biscuits have done really well at the moment. 144 for 1 in 31.4 overs. And this innings will last only 46 overs. And so will BBK partnership. We've lost overs because of the rain delays. The first rain delay was 12 minutes from 10:52 to 11:04. The second rain delay from 11:06 to 12, that was 54 minutes, the rain delay. There we are. Nice camera work as well from crew picking up those pictures. Right, so now the stage all set for the game to recommence after a little stop. Dushan Hemantha on strike at the moment. The right-hander is on one. Field well spread out. Now the short delivery outside the line of off stump. There we are. Umpire having a word with the bowler as well. One for the over, he says. Tony Greig has been digging it short, bending his back and bowling those short deliveries. Picked up a wicket in this over. He's considered 2 runs so far in his fourth over. 1 for 20 his figures. Pulled on the onside, in the air, out caught, another wicket. So there we are. Tony Greig has picked up 2 in the over. That's what they wanted. Another short delivery. Pulled it straight down the throat of backward square leg. Captain is happy. And Maliban lose their second wicket. Dushan Hemantha, the man out for 1. Could this be a change of tide for this game where wickets will fall and BBK partnership looking for wickets? So Hemantha walks back, disappointed. He only faced 3 balls perhaps. And there we go again, the replay of that shot. Going for the pull shot. Man in position, look at that. Straight into his hands. Didn't have to move an inch, in fact. Thank you very much, he said. So Hemantha goes for 1 run after 32 overs. In fact, it's 144 for the loss of 2 wickets. So Tishan Vitushan taking the catch. Sangeet Kaur is on 56 of 87 balls. So 2 wickets in that over will at least bring some spirit into the fielding side, perhaps to put a little more effort into their game. There we are. So Vitushan has brought on his other spinner as well. So Greig 2 for 20 of 4 overs. The projected score now is 207. Krishna Sriram, none for 21 from 5. Bowls with both hands. He's bowling right arm now to the left hander who drives on the offside towards long off for a single. Ranesh Silva, the new batsman who walks in. Ranesh Silva, 68 matches, 1150s, 100. So he's done well in limited overs cricket with the bat. In the air again, straight towards backward point. Well. The third wicket falls. Maliban in all sorts of problems now. 3 wickets in the space of about 9 balls. And that turns the tide, in fact, straight away for losing wicket. Ranesh Silva goes without scoring. The first ball he has faced, Krishna Sriram picks up his first wicket, 1 for 22, and Maliban 145 for 3. Look at that again. There we go. thick outside edge, straight down the throat of backward point. He didn't have to move at all. And once you lose one wicket, you lose a few more in the rush. So Dushan Hemanta is the man who's out for one, in fact. Caught by T-shirt Bitushan of Tony Gregg. That was the last wicket to fall, in fact. And Rane Silva is the batsman who just got out for no score. So 145 for 3 in the 33rd over. And BBK partnership will take this because they struggled for the first wicket. And once they picked up the first wicket, they picked up two more. That's an absolute bonus. You put pressure on the batsman that's coming in, the new batsman, because they have to really build the innings once again. You've got to get some good judgment on the wicket, the pace of the wicket, the bounce, and also the bowlers. Perhaps the batsman is not ready because those two wickets went down so quickly. Hurrying out now. We look at that last dismissal. Look at that. Outside the line of off stump, going for the drive. Thick outside edge. The ball flew towards backward point. Fielder made no mistake about that. Took a comfortable catch, in fact. So Dushan Vimukti, the new man who walks out to bat. "24 matches, 450 is under his belt. Strike rate just over 68. Played once again towards backward point. This time there was no chance of a run. Spring in the step of the fielders from BBK partnership. The moment you pick up 3 quick wickets, that's what really happens. Wrapped on the pad. Big shout, big shout. Bowler is disappointed. How close was that? It would have been very, very close indeed. Dushan Vimukti, the new man. Plays gently on the offside again. That shout must have been really close indeed. Off the back foot. Played out to sweeper cover. Is off the mark with the single. Another good over from Krishna Sriram. He's bowled 6, 1 for 23 his figures, 33 done. Maliban 146 for 3. Run rate 4.42. Sangeet Kurra 57 of 88. Not had the strike for some time. And Dushan Vimukti on 1. So 2 sensational overs, where Maliban just slipped from 144 for no wicket to 146 for 3. Dushan Vimukti on strike. Tony Gregg to continue. He picked up 2 wickets in that last 2 of his. Got the breakthrough. Again shot, lifting. Could be a run out here. Yes, no from the batsman. So in the end, they complete that single. So brings Sangeet Kurra on strike again, 57 of 88 deliveries. Outside the line of stump, playing a miss from Sangeet Kurra, trying to turn it down towards that third man region. So he's lost his partners, Sangeet Kure. He'd been in the non-strikers then. Take a look at all those wickets fall as well. Played upishly on the offside. What a catch. What a catch being held at deep mid-off. Well. And Maliban lose their fourth wicket. Sangeet Kure is batting so well. Suddenly, rush of blood and driving on the offside. And Tony Greig has picked up his third wicket. It's all happening here at the Thurston College grounds because Maliban was sailing at one stage at 144 for no wicket. And now 147 for 4. And this is another opening batsman who's departed. Tony Greig 3 for 21 from his 4.3 overs. Look at that. There's the drive. Up in the air. And look at deep mid-off or long off coming in to hold that catch. Dives at the last moment. Kept his eyes on the ball. Absolutely a stunning catch been taken there. This is what good fielding does. And Sangeet Kure gone for 57 of 90 balls. Caught by Nipun Karunaka. Well, Nipun Karunaka, the man who's done a lot of work with the bat for his side, that is BBK partners. And that was a great catch taken at long off. Two new batsmen in the middle. Dhananjay is the new man who walks out. Tony Greig again has got his tail up because he's picked up 3 wickets for 21 of 4.3 overs. In the space of 9 balls, he's picked up 3 wickets. There's the shot again. And look at that catch taken by Karunaka. Excellent catch. Dhananjay Lakshan, 76 matches, he's got 8 50s. Strike rate is not bad, 90.46. Again played upishly but down to third man. This time he's off the mark with the single. What a comeback from BBK partnership. They were toiling without wickets falling, and then suddenly it all happens. And Maliban, who was in a very strong position, suddenly lose 4 wickets. Short again, going for single, could be a run out this time. Oh no, a direct hit would have done it. The wicket keeper was not up to the stumps, in fact. So they missed out an opportunity to get in the 5th wicket as well. Both batsmen in the middle of the pitch, in fact. Suddenly the Maliban batsmen were in all sorts of problems. We'll look at that. Both batsmen in the middle of the wicket, and there's the throw coming in. Misses the stumps. He'd give up the ghost, in fact, of coming back to the crease, thinking that he'll be out, run out. Escape that. Pushed on the onside this time. Plenty of time to cross for a single. That'll end the over as well. So 34 overs completed. Maliban are 150 for 4 with Dushan Bimukti on 3, Dhananjay Lakshan on 2. Tony Greig, 5 overs, 3 for 24. Look at that scorecard. After the great start from the two openers, Jai Sundar 78, Sangeet Kure 57, then Dushan Hemanta 1, Ranesh Silva, the wicketkeeper, no score. Dushan Bimukti on 3 and Dhananjay Lakshan on 2. And in fact, they had a great survival in the last over. Could have been run out, in fact. So 12 overs left in the innings, 46 per side because of the rain delays. So Krishna Sriram continues into his 7th over, 1 for 23 his figures. Wrapped on the pad, and again a shout. Perhaps the batsman is out of the crease, in fact. He was down the track, that saved him. Quite a few appeals also in the last few overs. Dushan Vimukti and Dhananjaya have a little chat, a little laugh as well. There's no laughing matter for sure. There we go, the replay. What saved him was that he was using his feet down the track and looked for a single. That's certainly down the leg side. No chance of getting that. Krishna Sriram into his 7th over, 6.3 overs, 1 for 24 his figures. Maliban 151 for 4 in the 35th. Played soft hands out of the offside towards point this time. So BBK partnership has made a very strong comeback. Again wrapped on the pad, but again big shout from the wicket keeper, Niroshan Dikwal. More in hope, I think. Doesn't deliver. Played again with soft hands and picked up at backward square leg. Ends the over. 35 completed. Maliban 151 for 4. And Dushan Vimukti is on 3. Dhananjaya is on 3. And Krishna Sriram, 7 overs, 1 for 24.
Those are the bowling figures. Now look at Tony Greig. He has made the impact. He has created the difference between the bowlers. He got those breakthroughs, put the pressure back onto the batting side. 30 minutes back, you wouldn't have thought that Maliban Biscuits would be pushed into a situation like this, where they are currently really finding it hard to get things back on track. The bowlers have really pushed the pressure back onto the batters, especially with 2 fresh batters out there. It's not easy, especially with the surface and the conditions. It's not easy for a new batter to walk in out there and to start stroking delivery from the word go. You need some time. So that is what the opening batters did. They spent 80 plus, 90 plus deliveries out there. They got themselves in, and then they tried to go after the bowlers. But unfortunately, they could not continue with that. The breakthrough was taken by the bowlers, and since then, look how things have drawn back for the Maliban Biscuits with 11 overs to complete the innings. 11 overs left, that is 65 more legal deliveries, and with 152 on the scoreboard, a runner ball would get them to 214 runs, which I think would be competitive, but they might need to try and work a little bit more if possible to get past that 230-35 mark. With the start they got, especially, they wouldn't want to end up at 215. But especially after the fall of the last few wickets, BBK partnerships, they have managed to pull things back. They have contained the run scoring. They have made life hard for the batters. These 2 batters, they need to try and be at least be out there until the 40th over at another 25 runs. The sweep comes on. No protection behind square. That'll be 4 runs. Welcome boundary for Dhananjaya. That is what is required from these two batters at this point. Don't try to take too many risks. Beautiful shot. Hardly any risk involved. Going down on one knee. Knowing the short fine leg fielder is inside the circle. That was 4 all the way when it passed the inner circle. Try and get the total up to around 180 at the end of 40 overs. This time the reverse sweep. Couple of bounces into the fence. Improvisation from Dhananjaya. Fantastic shot. Straight away putting back the pressure onto the skipper, who has been brilliant so far today, but this has been an expensive over. Look at that, going down on one knee. He hardly had any other intentions rather than clearing the inner circle on the outside. 3 fielders inside the circle. Short third man back at a point and a cover. He just needed to get it over them. This time a lap. Well, 3 deliveries and 3 different strokes. Fantastic from Dhananjaya Lakshan. He's bringing out all his international experience into this pressure situation to pull his team back on track. And the important fact is that he's going after an international bowler as well. And that gets the Kuala to have a chat with his skipper V.S. Khan on how they need to try and pull things back. 14 runs coming off this over so far. Well, suddenly things have changed. That's the beauty of this game. Things could change in an over's time. 15 runs coming off that over. Very expensive. 36 overs done. 166 for 4. The previous one was a very expensive over. V.S. Khan was taken into the cleaners. Sham Sundaram, he comes back into the attack. There is a bit of drizzle that is going across the ground. The umpires might have a close watch. We could see the ground staff getting themselves ready with the covers in case the rain gets harder. They need to protect the square. Especially with the rain coming on, the surface getting moisture. It's not going to be easy for the batters when they come out there to chase down this total. So they need to try and restrict this total. Going across the stumps given. Well, the only doubt would have been if it was hitting outside the off stump, but the umpire, he thinks the other way around. That's the 5th wicket. Second one for Krishna Sri Ram. Well, it was just a matter of time. He was trying to play one too many. There you go. Good decision by the umpire, probably hitting in line with the off stump. Fifth wicket down, Dushan Vimukti departs. It was a tough stay. 13 off 4. 166 for 4. Shyam Sundar, he continues with his off spin. Sahana Rachige, a very experienced campaigner. I'm just thinking why he should be batting this low. Look at the highest runs, 151, strike rate of 79. A very, very talented batter. Has a bag of experience on his back. In line with the stumps, that's what is important. Shyam Sundaran, he has been brilliant today. He's into his 8th over, considering just the 25 runs, managing to grab a couple of wickets, couple of important wickets. Niroshan Dikwala having a chat with his international team buddy. Well, they would love to have the wicket of Dhananjay Lakshan. He's the big fish. He will take on the bowlers. Fired it in. Going for a sweep, just the 1 run. The rain is coming down hard a little bit. It's not good news here at the Thurston Cricket Grounds. The umpire is having a look. I probably guess this might be the last over before the umpire calls on the covers. Shyam Sundaram asking the question from the umpire why that was given as wide when Dhananjay Lakshan switched himself for a reverse sweep, but it was far too away from the batter and the wide line. Well, the bat goes a mile. Looking for a big heave onto the onside. It loses the grip of the bat. 37 overs done. We can have a quick look at that again. Wild swing, that was not that short to be pulled, but the bat goes the distance. Over to final leg. 169 for 5. V.S. Khan, the skipper, will continue with his leg spin. Niroshan Dikwala assisting behind the stumps with setting up the field at the right positions. Outside edge, lucky for Sahana Rachige. V.S. Khan, he has been wicketless today. He has been good so far throughout this tournament, making an impact on every single game. Here today, hunting for a wicket. He was very expensive against Dhananjay Lakshan. Tries to slug sweep across the stumps. Well, this is a good battle between these two players. V.S. Khan and Dhananjay Lakshan, both international players with lots of experience. At the moment, these two batters trying to build up a little partnership. Dikwala assisting V.S. Khan with setting his fielders, bringing in a short back foot of point. So far this over has been decent for V.S. Khan, just a couple of runs of the 4 deliveries that has been bowled. Goes for a big one. Sahana Rachige clears the square leg field quite comfortably. That's a welcome boundary. Sahana Rajige showing what he is capable of, proving his numbers, which were put out during when he walked out to the middle, going down on one knee, making sure that he completely clears that field. Spoils a good over. 8 runs coming off that. 38 overs done. 177 for 5. Shyam Sundaram, he will continue with his off spin. It's interesting to see how Dhananjay Lakshan would go against Shyam Sundaram. That's the interesting fact. Looking for 2 runs, played onto the mid-wicket gap, putting the pressure on the fielder. This is what experienced batters does. You need to run the first run hard. Get the fielders on their toes. Put the pressure. And as you just saw, the fielders will make that mistake while watching the batters rather than ball watching. Opens up the offside. There is protection behind square. Just the 1 run. Intentions are clear. They're trying to go after the bowlers. With just the 7 overs left after this one. 46 legal deliveries in total. 2 good batters to be out there in the middle, especially with 7 overs to go. We know Dhananjay Lakshan could use the long handle. He's very capable of doing that. And Sahana Rachige as well. He's a very experienced campaigner, aggressive batter to follow with Milinda Sirivardhana. Flashing blade gets it out past third man to the boundary for 4 runs. At the moment, the runs are coming thick and fast for Maliban Biscuit. After that fall of quick wickets in short intervals, they're getting things back on track. For the past 15 minutes or so, nothing has been going well for the BBK partnership bowlers. Tries to sweep, fails to connect. Expensive over once again. 8 runs coming off this over so far. Dhananjay Lakshan has clearly showed his aggressive intent. 16 of 26. He's trying to take on the bowlers. Watchful this time. Quick single. 9 runs coming off that over. 39 done. 186 for 5. There is a small hold up in play as the players to get themselves prepared with 7 overs to go. The run rate slowly creeping up the ladder. 4.77 at the moment. They might want to get it past that 5 runs mark, which would surely help them to get the total past 225 or a 230. Here's the man who has done the bulk of the damaging for Maliban Biscuit. 3 wickets for 24 in his 5 overs. He has been brilliant. Fantastic. Breaking the partnerships and bringing BBK partnerships back into this game. Dhananjay Lakshani has been out there for some time. 17 deliveries, 27 with a healthy strike rate. Sahana Rachige as well. 9 of 8. Both these batters have shown clear intentions of going after the bowlers. That's a good sign for Maliban Biscuit. Tries for a cheeky little lap. Fails to connect. Just the 1 run. You will see more of these from the batters as these overs progresses on, as we are getting into the last bit of overs. As we could see, Dhananjay Lakshan, he's in a bit of pain. Probably got hit on that unprotected area. The back part of his leg, we could see the physio running out to the middle. Make sure that he is physically fit to continue. He's feeling the pain. Probably got hit on that bone. Ah, yes. Inside edge onto the leg actually. So that might have killed the pace a little bit. But that's going to hurt a lot. He's getting that magic spray on. Maliban Biscuits, they would really want to have Dhananjay Lakshan out there, especially during these last few overs. There's a quick look at that again. Short fine leg inside the circle. Intentions were clear. The idea was right. It's just that he couldn't execute it to perfection. Got that inside edge onto the back part of his lower leg, which might be hurtful. Currently getting treated by the physio. There you go. Good to see that he's back. He's ready to run the race for this last 7 overs. Well, with 41 legal deliveries to go, what would be the target on Maliban Biscuits' mind? These 2 batters might be having a number on their head. Right, Sahana Rachige is ready to face Tony Greig. Big shot down the ground. 1 bounce into the fence for 4 runs. That's a fantastic hit from Sahana Rachige. Pitched up, asking for trouble. Not the type of delivery that you need to be bowling at Sahana Rachige when he's trying to be aggressive. Beautifully played. Well executed. Safe down the ground. You call it the safe house if you want to go up and over. Hits it across square leg for 4 more runs. Going down on 1 knee, gets that inside edge. Runs coming thick and fast for these 2 batters out there. Trying to go across the stumps, getting a bit of inside edge. He wouldn't really matter how the runs are coming at this point, as long as it comes. The numbers which really matters end of the day. Juicy full toss. Popped up on the air, but no damage done. 10 runs coming off this over so far. It's been expensive. They're hitting that 5-run mark with regards to the net run rate, which is really ideal for Maliban Biscuits. They're in a strong position to finish things off in style. Overpitched again. A race protection down at deep mid-off. Just the 1 run added to the total. An expensive over again for BBK partnerships, but really handy for Maliban Biscuits. They would take this with both hands. Given Tony Greig, he will have his last laugh. Sahana Rachige trying to be cheeky, short fine leg inside the circle, trying to go up and over the wicket keeper. Gets that inside edge. Dickwalla does the rest. Following the batter, smart bowling by Tony Greig. Expensive over, but gets rewarded. 4th wicket for this young man. He has been fantastic, showcasing his skills. Sahana Rachige departs, 40 overs done. 197 for 6.
So there we are with Maliban losing their 6th wicket, 197 for 6 after 40 overs, 6 overs left in the innings. Milind Siribodhan, the captain, comes out to bat, coming pretty late in fact in the innings. Maliban, who were 144 for no wickets, has slumped to 197 for 6. They lost wickets in a heap. They lost 3 wickets, so just about 4 runs early on. Milind Siribodhan, 21 matches, 150 and 100, so he can bat, there's no doubt about it. So Dharanjay Lakshan, he's on strike at the moment. And there we are going, another little paddle on the onside was Dharanjay Lakshan. Got some bat to it, and for a moment we thought the wicket keeper was interested. So Krishna Sriram in operation. Look at that. Nirosan Dickwalla for a moment was interested, but it gone a bit too far. Driven on the onside. Picked up well inside the boundary by Sarjan Shamunathan. Only a single there. So brings Milind Siribodhan or Dharanjay De Silva is on. Dharanjay Lakshan is on strike once again. He's on 29. Goodies to the feet. Drives on the onside again. Another single being taken. Brings up the 200. 200 for 6 is Maliban after 40.3 overs. Run rate is 4.94. Oh, played across the line. Milind Siribodhan pays the penalty. Cleaned up. Whacks the timber. And Krishna Sriram picks up another wicket. He's picked up 3 now, 9.4 overs, 3 for 39. And Maliban lose their 7th wicket, 200 for 7 in the 41st over. A poor shot from Siribodhan. Look at that, playing across the line. He had no idea where the ball pitched, in fact. It kept a trifle low as well. So the skipper disappointing as he walks back for just 1 run. Sanoj, the new man who walks out. So at one stage, Maliban looked to be going past 250. Now just got to 200 for 7. So Krishna Sriram, he's picked up his 3rd wicket, 3 for 39 from 9.4 overs. Sanoj Darshika. Bit of turn and bounce as well for Krishna Sriram. Beats the outside edge, the wicket keeper collects. Ends the over, 41 completed. Maliban 200 for 7. Sanoj Darshika still to score, and Dhananjay Lakshan on 30 of 21. Krishna Sriram is 3 for 39 from 10. So there is the main scoreboard. It says 200 for 7. Bit of problem on that, the numbers and scores. So scores of the other matches going on. HNBA bowled out for 109 in 25.4 overs. And Haley's 54 for 1 in 5.1 overs. Well, that match should end up pretty quickly there. Tony Greig will continue to bowl his 7th over. 6.1, 4 for 34 is bowled well. Picked up those wickets in the short deliveries. So there's the last wicket of Sirivardhana. Playing across the line. A very poor shot from the captain. Again, played nicely down towards fine leg. Into the boundary for 4. So Fairfax Insurance 156 from 9 in 32.3 overs. They're playing against CDB, who opted to field. And this is the 3rd match that's going on. Dhananjay Lakshan, he's on 34 of 23. He's the man who's striking the ball well. So Tony Greig getting some punishment as well, as much as he's taken wickets. He bowls those short deliveries, expect the batsman to perhaps get some edge to the wicket keeper. In the block hole, nicely driven out. On the offside, coming back for 2. That's good running between the wickets. Excellent running. Putting the pressure on the fielders, that's what it's all about. Dhananjay Lakshan on 36 of 24. Obviously on the offside, no fielder there. The ball bounces before it gets to the boundary, so they'll pick up 2 more runs. So 8 of this Tony Greig over so far, of the 4 balls he's bowled. Current run rate 4.99. So field adjustments going on, and Niroshan Dikwal very much involved in that. So he's got that short third man, the backward point, sweeper cover, extra cover on the offside. Again, hit Abhishri on the offside. There we go. And Tony Craig picks up his fifth. He's done well. That little change the field has done wonders as well for that wicket. Dikwala was looking at moving those fielders. So Dhananjay Lakshan, the man out. 208 for 8. Now the question is, can Maliban bat their full 46 overs? We are still in the 42nd over. 41.5 overs completed. Run rate is 4.97. And there's the dismissal. Going for the big drive, thick edge. Fielder made no mistake at backward point. So Maliban will be disappointed as Dhananjay Lakshan out for 38 of 26 balls. Tishan Vidushan has taken the catch. He's taken 3 catches today, Tishan Vidushan, in addition to his bowling figures as well. So 8 runs and a wicket so far for Tony Craig of 6.5 overs. 5 for 42 his figures at the moment. Milan Ratnayaka, the fast bowler who's out to the bat at the moment. He's played 15 matches, he's got 150. Strike rate just a touch over 44. Drives sweetly on the offside towards sweeper. He's off the mark with a single. That lengthy over, 42 completed. And Maliban move up to 209 for 8 after 42 overs. Run rate of 4.98 runs an over. Milan Ratnayaka is 1 and Sanoj is still to score of 2. Tony Craig, 7 overs, 5 for 43. So there we are. The 5 wickets that Tony Craig has taken. The catchers being taken. Some good catchers as well. Look at that. Fielders did not move but kept their eyes on the ball. That was excellent catch, no doubt. Karunaka picking up that catch, and then Niroshan Dikwala also making that catch looking good. And that's the last wicket to fall. Vyas bowling his 8th over, the run for 43 figures. Surprisingly, figures has not picked up a wicket so far. This is the 43rd over. Reverse sweep, doesn't get hold of it. Once again, reverse sweep in the air. Just over the fielder's head. Batsman come back for 2. Sanoj off the mark with a couple of runs. He's faced 4 balls so far. That was wide off the off stump, and the batsman played a shot at that. He got back to ball. Couldn't get a run for it, of course. It would have been called a wide had the batsman left it. It was way outside those tram lines. Edge to shot, the third man. Another single being taken. Pulled from outside the line of off stump by Sanoj. One more to the total, 214 for 8. And that's the end of over number 43. Milan Ratnakar on 3 and Sanoj is on 4. Run rate is 5 and over. Viskant 8 overs, none for 48. And there's the bowling statistics. Santosh Guntalaga opened the bowling this morning with 4 overs, none for 27. Tony Greig, the most successful, 5 for 43 from his 7 overs. Edward Deduction, 6 overs, none for 28. Sishan Vitushan, 8 overs, none for 28. Viskant, 8 overs, none for 48. And Krishna Sriram has bowled his 10 overs. That's the one bowler allowed to bowl 10 overs, 3 for 39. Look at the follow wickets. First at 142 and then 144, 145. And that's where Maliban lost those wickets and collapsed in a heap, in fact, when they're off to the great start of 142 for no wicket. So Tony Greig, to bowl his 8th over. Played away on the offside, down towards third man for a single. So Tony Greig has been very successful with the short ball. Bends his back, bowls that short ball, expects the batsman to get back to ball. They do, and they play some shots that finds the fielder as well. Again, straight to the fielder at long off. Milan Ratnakar pays the penalty again, driving on the offside in the air. But this was not a short ball from Tony Greig. It was a quicker one. And he's picked up his 6th wicket as, Maliban lose their 9th wicket, 216 for 9 in the 44th over. And look at that. There we go. Driven up Ishli. Good catch held once again. So Milan Ratnakar out caught by Nipun Karunakar has taken 2 good catches in that area. Tony Greig has picked up his 6th wicket as Ratnakar goes to 3 or 4 balls. Now the threat of Maliban being bowled out inside the 46 overs are very real. They are 216 for 9. Vanuja, the last man, joining Sanoj in the middle. Maliban will be disappointed with this total. At one time they looked to be going past 240, 250. The opening pair put on 142. Excellent batting. Vanuja Kumara, he is the man who's in 67 matches, 100 as well under his belt. Played gently on the offside for single. Sanuj on strike is on 5. Few adjustments to the field as well, but well spread out. Third man at the boundary, a backward point, the sweeper. In the air this time. Finds the boundary, in fact. It's gone for 6. What a shot from Sanuj. Just swatted that on the offside. It was short and lifting from Tony Greig. Made full use of that. Takes him double figures on 11 is Sanuj. It's 223 for 9. Made room for himself down the leg side, and look at that, he swatted that. It went all the way and cleared the boundary. Driven on the onside this time. So 8 runs and a wicket so far in this Tony Greig over. He's got 1 ball left in the over. Vanuja is on strike, he's on 1. Nicely played, flicked away on the onside. Deep mid-wicket does the fielding. That ends the over as well, so 44 overs completed. $225 for 9. Sanoj on 12 and Vanuja is on 2. Tony Greig, 8 overs, 6 of 53. There's the scorecard of Maliban. So 2 overs left in the innings. 46 per side. We had the rain delays today. Twice play was suspended. Once for 12 minutes, next time for 54 minutes. And that's why he lost the 6 overs. And here's V.S. Kant. Going for the reverse sweep. Gets some bat way down on towards third man. Good stop in the end. So V.S. Kant bowling his 9th over. This will be his last because they have completed 1 bowler bowling 10 overs. Very wide outside the off stump. Got away with that is V.S. Kant. Again outside the line of off stump. Pulled away on the on. Down towards deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. They pick up a single. So V.S. Kant done for 50 from his 8.3 overs. Flick to the onside, caught and bowled. That's the end of the innings. Maliban all out for 227 in 44.4 overs. So V.S. Kant picks up his first wicket. 1 for 50 from 8.4 overs. And that's a replay of that dismissal. Tried to flick it on the onside in the arm. V.S. Kant on his follow-through did well to pick it up, caught and bowled. And that's the end of the Maliban innings. 227 all out in 44.4 overs. Setting BBK partnership 228 to win for 46 overs as the batsmen walk back. So run rate 5.08. So I think Maliban will be disappointed with this performance, being 142 for no wicket and then being bowled out for 227, well within the 46 overs. Will disappoint them. And there's the scorecard. Jai Sundar made 78, Sangit Kure 57, and then there was Hemanta and Ranesh who didn't trouble the scorers much, and Dushan Vimukti just making 4. Dharanjit Lakshan down the order made 38. Archage made 18, and then Milind Siribod and the captain out for 1. Milan Ratnaka making 3, and Vanuja Sahan also making 3. 11 extras, the total of 227 all out in 44.4 overs. The bowling figures, Santosh Guntilaka opened the bowling, 4 overs, not for 27. His first 3 overs are really good. The last over, he had plenty of runs. And Tony Greig, the most successful, 6 for 53 from his 8 overs. Edward Dilakshan, 6 overs, not for 28. Tishan Vitushan bowled really well. Bowled well with himself, 8 overs, not for 28. V.S. Kant, 1 for 50 from his 8.4. And Krishna Ram Sriram, 10 overs, 3 for 39, did the damage of the batting. 1 for 142, 2 for 144, 3 for 145, 4 for 147, 5 for 167, 6 for 198, 7 for 200, 8 for 208, 9 for 216, all out for 227. So there we are. We look at the highlights of what happened. The toss took place this morning, and BBK won the toss, invited Maliban to bat first, and they are the openers. They did really well, handled the bowling so well. The boundaries were coming in. Big shots came from the openers as well. Sangeet Kure in particular was very severe on anything that was short as well, and runs came in very easily. There we are, another boundary. And this opening partnership, they really went from strength to strength and gave them such a fine opening stand. Then the covers came in because the rains came down. And after the umpires called out play again after 54 minutes of a delay. And they resumed that innings. And there we are with the batsman getting to 50. Another lofted shot on the offside. And this one over the head of the wicket keeper. Nice pulled away on the onside again towards that long on region into the boundary for 6 in fact, and cut away, and that was well caught on the boundary. And there's the second wicket that fell, and that's when Maliban started losing their wickets. Third wicket goes, caught a backward point, and this one nicely played again down to fine leg. The reverse sweep in the air for a while, and this one's over the wicket keeper's head. Wrapped on the pad, LBW, no doubt about that. It was very straight. And this one again, it was nicely played away on the offside. There's Arachage driving on the off towards the boundary for 4. Another flick hit, got the bat. So another wicket fell. And there we are. Siribod, the batsman, was clean bowled. And then they're down to the tail, in fact. And the tail disappointed their side because they couldn't get too many runs. Couldn't bat out the full 46 overs. And that one's pulled again on the offside into the fielder's hands, caught and long off. And then there we are. V.S. Khan picks up that last wicket, make them all out as Maliban all out for 227 in 44.4 overs. Right, so there we are. The target is 228 for BBK partners. And we'll take a break for lunch and be back with all the action when the action resumes.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Thurston College grounds here in Colombo. BBK Partnerships, they're out here to chase down this total of 227 runs in the allocated 276 deliveries. The sun is shining bright at the moment here. There are some dark clouds that are hovering around the grounds. Dikwala is back in the team today. He did not play the other day against Fairfirst Insurance. He was out of the team the other day. He's the stats of Dhananjay Lakshan. 75 matches, best bowling figure of 4 for 9. A very experienced campaigner. Niroshan Dikwala, he will play his shots, I'm telling you that. Off the mark with a single. In fact, coming back for the second. This is good running. Absolutely good running between the wickets. Fantastic. Well, while Niroshan Dikwala is out there in the middle, the fielders, they need to be on their toes because he will try all the fancy shots. And he'll make sure the fielders are on the run. A bit of wrist work should be couple of runs again. Niroshan Dikwala, he's off to a good start. On the charge straight away. Four runs on the board already. Sridharan, the other talented young batter. He was fantastic the other day. Brilliant innings against Fairfax Insurance. Strays one down the leg side. One more run added to the total. Now when defending a total of 227 runs, it's really not ideal to give away easy runs, especially extras, the wides, the no balls. The fielders, they need to be on their toes, stop every possible run, because it's not a big total that they're defending. They need to be very, very disciplined in bowling and on the field as well. This is a great opportunity for Sridharan, the young talented batter, to share is batting with Niroshan Dikwala. Bag of experience internationally and locally. It's a great opportunity for this young man Sridhar, and he needs to capitalize, try and grab all of it. Nicely placed once again. This has been a decent start by BBK Partnerships. Niroshan Dikwala, he has been very watchful. He hasn't tried anything cheeky. Usually, he's kind of a player who would try to go after the bowlers from the very first delivery. But today it has been a different story. He has been a bit watchful. He's given it a little bit of time. But there again, talking all of this, he might come up in the next over and try something completely out of the textbook. Sridharan to face his first ball. Straight down the ground. That's a lovely shot. One of the most hardest shots to play in the cricketing book. The straight on drive. That was played with the full face of the bat. And that shows a player in form. There you go. Straight as an arrow. Lovely shot. All credits to this young man. First over done. 10 without loss. Well, talking about the Maliban pace bowling attack, they are packed with international experience. Milan Ratnayaka is to proceed the second over. Dikwala grits him, but straight into the hands of the deep Sportylk fielder. This is what I was talking. Dikwala, he will try all the shots. Most of them out of the cricketing book. He loves to go after the bowlers. He didn't get a hold of it. Straight away, results for Milan Ratnayaka. The fielder was placed just perfectly for that kind of a shot. Straight down his throat. First wicket down for BBK Partnerships. 10 for 1 as Dikwala departs for 5 runs. Positive start for Milan Ratnayaka. That is bread and butter for Niroshan Dikwala. Unfortunately, it was not timed properly. On another day, that would have easily cleared the fielder down there at Sportylk. He's that good at his pads. He will flick you over Sportylk, over fine leg, over mid-wicket. Unfortunately, this was not the day for him. Dikwala has failed to make an impact at this tournament. His Sarjan Samaganathan, 5 games, 56 is his highest. He needs to work on the average a little bit. Pinch of a delivery, using his height to get that bounce off the surface. Fantastic by Milan Ratnayaka. He is a brilliant player. Recently debuted for the Sri Lankan national squad as well. Unfortunately was injured and had to stay away from the test squad for a couple of matches, but he's back here. A wicket of the very first ball. Couple of steps down the track, Sarjan decides to meet Milan Ratnayaka half the way. You need to be watchful. The wicket will slow down. As batters, you'll have to work hard. You'll have to run those long yards to get yourself in and then try to go after the bowlers. But before that, you need to get yourself in. If you did go back to that Maliban Biscuit innings, the 2 openers, they gave themselves some time to settle in, but the new batters, they hardly couldn't make an impact. Beauty. That's it. That's the second wicket. Milan Ratnayaka, he's turning it on here at the Thurston grounds for Maliban Biscuits. Gets the big fish, I would call him. He was fantastic the other day against Fairfirst Insurance, but today it has not been the story. Just a couple of deliveries. I did mention about this at the pitch report as well. You need to be very careful while you're fishing outside the off stump. You need to bring your front foot in line with the ball. If not, this would be the result. Sarjan Shanmuganathan, he makes that long walk back after a very short stay. He fails to trouble the scorers. 10 for the loss of 2 wickets. Happy faces, happy captain. Why shouldn't you be happy after grabbing couple of wickets in your very first over? Milan Ratnayaka showcasing what he's capable of. This is the wicket that Maliban Biscuits needs to keep an eye on. Nipun Karunanayaka, he is a brilliant batter throughout this tournament. He has showcased his skills, has proven himself of how to handle pressure situations. Look at that. Great average, 48. That is brilliant. He might need to work a little bit on his strike rate, but usually he walks out under pressure situations. So he needs to hang out there. He needs to get himself in. He needs to anchor the innings. Ideal situation. He has been in the same situation for a couple of times now in this tournament. unexpected. Brilliant from Milan Ratnayaka. He's using his height to grab every little bit of this surface which has been assisting the fast bowlers. If we did see Tony Greig, he did grab 5 wickets when BBK partnerships were bowling out there. And Milan Ratnayaka has already shown early signs of how the fast bowlers could trouble these batters. No ball, spoils the over. Well, too much of praises really doesn't work well with these players. Good opportunity for Nipun Karunanayaka if he could utilize this free hit to break the shackles. There you go. The umpire draws a circle around his head, signalling the free hit for Nipun Karunanayaka. Probably another short ball coming. Nipun Karunanayaka is not very comfortable with the short balls. There you go. Didn't come up, though it has been pulled in front of square. That'll run away to the boundary. That raced away. Fast outfields, yeah, the Thurston grounds. Nipun Karunanayaka should feel good. It was not off the centre of the bat, but he will feel better. Second over done. 15 for the loss of 2 wickets. At the moment, they have got off to a good start. Maliban Biscuits grabbing the couple of wickets off BBK partnership, especially the 2 opening batters. In fact, 1 opening batter, Niroshan Dikwella. Lovely wrist work. 1 bounce into the fence for 4 runs. Sridharan, he will continue his good work from the previous game. Fantastic shot. It was kind of a no-look shot. Let's have a quick look at that replay. Heads down. Poor bit of bowling. Spring onto his pads and gets the treatment. Positive batting. This is what is expected from the top order batters. Yes, you have lost the couple of wickets up front. You're under pressure. But that really doesn't mean that you need to absorb it into yourself. You need to push it back. A bit of swing there for Dhananjay Lakshan. Starting outside the off stump. He was not happy about that previous shot. Coming back hard. Giving that wavy look to the batter. Hit me if you can. Come on, mate. Go again. Try and take me to the cleaners again. That's what Dhananjay Lakshan's looks did mean. He's a fighter, I need to tell you that. Drop. Outside edge. That should have been taken. That was a regulation catch for a wicket keeper. Dhananjay Lakshan. He is not happy at all. He is disappointed. That should have been a 3rd wicket. Would have been ideal for Maliban Biscuits if that had stuck in the gloves of the wicket keeper. There you go. Just pushing outside the off stump. Well, that should have been taken. He overdid himself. Hitting him on the wrist. Very unfortunate. Sridharan gets alive. Shot, put away, 4 runs. Nipun Karunanayaka. He continues on his merry way. He's in fantastic form throughout this tournament, especially in the previous match as well. He got a half century, guided his team to victory. Now look at that. A bit of room outside the off stump, packed offside field. He just manages to place it beautifully between the covers and the backward point fielder. Applauded by the coach, Shami Dawaz, and the mentor himself. Shot. Copy that. 4 more runs. This is poor bowling from Dhananjay Lakshan. He has been very expensive. He's into his second over, given away 23 runs. There you go. That is bread and butter for Nipun Karunanaika. He will hit you to the boundary all 7 days of the week if you bowl at him at that exact place. Look at that. It was a replay of the previous shot, isn't it? Fantastic shot. They're off to a flash. 28, 2 wickets down. Expensive over comes to an end. 3 overs done, 28 for 2. Three overs done, 28 for 2. Milan Ratnayaka, he will continue. He was brilliant in his very first over, grabbing a wicket of his very first delivery. The important wicket of Niroshan Dikwella. The more he stays out there, the more damage he could do. Thick outside edge. A race protection, a deep third man, just the 1 run. Now looking at how Sridharan has tried to introduce himself in this innings today, he looks very positive. He's trying to go after the bowlers. That's a good sign for a batter, but you need to be very watchful. You shouldn't be throwing away your wicket cheaply. There is the task ahead. Milan Ratnayaka, he has been very disciplined with his line and lengths. He has hit the surface hard, letting the ball talk, looking for that bounce out of the surface, trying to hit the batters hard on their velo. That's good bowling by a fast bowler. Tease and run up. Drives. Just the 1 run. .204 runs required to win this contest. It would be a positive end to the league stage for either teams if they could carry a win today. They've done the hard work throughout the tournament. That's well, umpire signals wide. I just for a second thought that it came a little bit late, probably stayed for the signal from the square leg umpire. One for the over, says the standing umpire. Well, if you're just joining us, BBK Partnerships, they've won the toss, decided to bowl first, got the opponents out for 233 runs. In fact, 227 runs, and the Duckworth Lewis revised target is 234. Played uppishly, but into the cap. That will run away to the boundary for 4 runs again. This is good batting from Sridhar, and he has been fantastic today. Lovely shots all across the ground. Up outside the off stump, played it on the up, but made sure he pierced the gap. And these outfields, if you get past the 30-yard circle, you can guarantee that you're getting a boundary if you have timed it well. Welcome boundary, welcome runs for BBK Partnerships. It's good from there in to see the scoreboard moving. Quick run taken. Good communication between the two batters. They have decided that they are going to take on the bowlers. This is good. But Maliban Biscuits, they need to be very disciplined with their bowling. They shouldn't let this drift away from them. They need to make sure that they keep the pressure on BBK Partnerships. Try and contain the runs given. Stop the singles. Don't bowl loose deliveries. Keep it tight. Increase the number of dot deliveries. Bring that scoreboard pressure. Another good over for BBK Partnerships. 4 overs done. 36 for 2. Right, we have the spinners being introduced. Vanuja Sahan has been brought into the attack. Good economy rate. I'm impressed with that. 3.48. And for a bowler who has played 80 matches, that's a healthy economy rate. Important fact is that he needs to try and keep things simple. Do the basics right. Bowl in line with the stumps. Don't give any opportunity for the batters outside the off stump. Get them to drive on the front foot. Very watchful on the back foot. It would be great if Vanuja Sahan could get these batters to play off the front foot. That's when you could create those opportunities. Yeah, that is exactly what you need to be doing. The fielders, you need to be supporting your bowlers. Increase the number of dot deliveries. Especially, you could expect that when the spinners are out here to bowl, they will contain the runs, push the pressure back. Very watchful. Good over so far. Just the 1 run off the 5 deliveries. spoils the over. That has been threaded nicely to the back foot of point boundary by Nipun Karunanayaka. He has been brilliant since the moment he walked out to the middle. He is middling the ball crisply. Look at that. Just touch space outside the off stump. And full use taken off that poor bowling. 5 overs done. 41 for 2.
So Nipun Karuratne going great guns, 17 of 14 deliveries. Normally the slow starter, he likes to play the bowling its merits, take a good look at the bowler and also judge the track itself. But today, he's played some brilliant shots to get off the mark, and then those 3 boundaries he has played so far, absolute cracker shots. And Milan Ratnaka, who's bowled 2 overs, 2 for 13. The first over was excellent over, picked up 2 wickets. So Sridharan, the youngster, on 16 on strike. Played good innings or good hand in the last game as well. Past the fielder. So at least a single this time. Sangit Kure, the fielder, brings Nipun Karuratne on strike. He's on 17 of 14. And the last wicket, there we are. The catch was held, and then Shamunathan, the man out caught behind. The 2 wickets that have fallen so far. So Nipun Karuratne on strike on 17 of 14 balls. Few adjustments to the field, in fact, bringing that fine leg perhaps into the 30-yard circle. You can only have 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle the first 10 overs. Nudged on the onside, the vacant square leg region for 1. $228 for BBK partnership to win. Brings young Sid Sridharan on strike. He's on 17 of 9. He too has played some delightful shots. 191 required over 244 balls. Got 8 wickets in hand. That's the equation. They're going at 8.06 runs and over. That's the current run rate. They require 4.70 from this stage onwards. Again, worked on the onside, but straight to its square leg. There's no chance of a run. The fielder is over there. So look at the field. They have a slip in place and few discussions taking place amongst the fielders themselves. They got the fine leg along with the square leg. The third man, a man at backward point, extra cover, and a mid-off on the offside. Short, trying to play up and under, doesn't get hold of it. Wicket keeper collects. So Maliban has a power pack side, in fact. Lots of Sri Lankan players and French players as well. Had to hurry this time was Sridharan. So if you missed out on the first part of the coverage this morning, welcome all those viewers around the world from where you're watching us. We hope you're enjoying our coverage. And the news is that BBK partnership won the toss. He invited Maliban to bat first. and the openers put on 142, but in they were bowled for 227 of 44.4 overs, a run rate of 5.08. In fact, we had 2 holes up in play with the rains. The first one was 12 minutes, second one 54 minutes, so 4 overs deducted. But Maliban couldn't bat their full 46 overs. They only batted 44.4 overs. With that good start, they couldn't really capitalize on that and bat the full 46 overs. Now with the ball in hand, they're trying to make amends on that. We are driven but straight towards extra cover on the offside. So there we are, another over completed, 6 completed, and BBK partnership are 43 for 2 of 6 overs. Sridhar on 17, Nipun Karunaratne on 18, Milan Ratnakar 3 overs, 2 for 15. So there's the scorecard. Niroshan Dikwal, the first to go, made 10 of 5 balls. And then Sarjan Shamun now then didn't trouble the scorers to the out for no score. Faced just 3 balls. So Santosh Guntelaka, V.S. Kant, Tony Gregg, Tishan Vitushan along with Dilakshan. That's the batting to come for BBK partnership. This is the last of the league games that these teams will play. 6 teams are playing in the tournament, the 32nd Singer-MCA Cricket Association Super Premier League 2025. So 5 games for each team. They play each other once. Dushan Vimukti into the attack. And perhaps in the end, at the end of this week, we'll see the first semi-final being played and then quarterfinals. We talk about quarterfinals. The teams on the table at 1 and 2 will meet in the semi-final. The other 4 teams from 3 to 6, there'll be 2 quarterfinal games being played. And then the winners of those 2 games will meet in the semi-final. Nudged on the onside, this time by Nipun Karunaratne for a single. And then the grand final will be played. No date fixed for the grand final so far. Current run rate 6.77. They require 4.83 from this stage onwards. Flicked on the onside this time. Uses the pace of the ball. They'll pick up 1 for that. Played down the track. The bowler fields on his follow through. Ends the over. 7 completed. And the BBK partnership are 45 for 2 after 7. With Nipun Karunaratne on 19, Sridhar on 18. Dushan Vimukti 1 over, none for 2. Current run rate 6.43. They require further 189 runs of 234 balls with 8 wickets in the bag. Talk of the weather conditions. Well, it's slightly overcast, but there's no threat of immediate rain. And one of the indicators, if rain is around the corner, the ground staff will be with the covers. They're not to be seen at the moment, just watching the cricket. That's what they're doing right now. So very comfortable conditions. Comfort levels are pretty high for the players in the middle. So Milan Ratnakar to bowl his 4th over. 2 for 15 from his 3 overs. Sridharan, the right hand on strike. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump. Very easy to get an edge on those things. Sridharan was dropped once by the wicketkeeper Silva. Straightforward catch, in fact, of the bowling of Milan Ratnakar. Full face to the bat, drives nicely on the offside. Mid-off gets a hand to it. But they'll complete a single in the meantime. So Sridharan batting with a lot of confidence at the moment. The youngster who's learnt all his cricket up north in Sri Lanka. And now coming down towards Colombo to play in the big leagues. He's really done himself justice with the bat. Shot, going for the pull shot. Nipun Karuratha doesn't make contact. Pretty disappointed with himself that he didn't make contact on that. Full face to the bat, drives beautifully on the offside, but can't beat that extra cover. Ball travels very quickly on these outfields. So a few amendments to the playing conditions for this game because it's reduced to 46 overs. One bowler can bowl 10 overs. 4 bowlers allowed to bowl 9. This time worked away on the onside to the right of that mid-on, left of the mid-on fielder. Nipun picks up a single. Takes him on 20 of 22. Brings Sridharan 19 of 17 to take strike. 2 runs of the 5 balls bowled by Milan Ratnakar in this over. How well Sridharan has handled the Milan Ratnakar. Shot, up and under. Down to third man. Into the boundary for 4. This time he got it right. And that will complete the 8th over as well. So 8 overs completed. And BBK partnership are 51 for the loss of 2 because there that shot again. Up and under. Short delivery outside the line of off stump. Got the elevation going. 1 bounce to the boundary for 4. 8 overs completed. Sridharan on 23 of 18, Nipun Karuratha on 20 of 22, Ratnakar 4 overs, 2 for 21. Current run rate 6.38, they require 4.82 from this stage onwards. And shots like that really help the confidence of young batsmen like Sridharan. Sahan Arachige will bowl the next over. This is over number 9. He's played 55 limited overs games. His best bowling figure is 4 for 27. He's taken 3 wickets on 3 occasions. Economy rate is 4.82. Not a bad economy rate. And bowling from the bow, the Lokomavat end is Sahan Arachige. He's forgotten to mark his run-up, and now it is so. So Milind Sirivardhan, the captain of Maliban, making some quick bowling changes as well. He wants wickets. That's well bowled again by Arachage. Just pushed down the track by Nipun Karuratne. Went for the cut shot, hits it hard into the ground. The ball runs out towards that point region. Sirivardhan does the fielding, the captain of Maliban. He was disappointing with the bat. Just made one run. Worked very nicely on the onside. They get one, but it's straight down towards that backward square leg position. So the first run of Sahan Arachage is bowling. Got one ball left in his first over. So brings 3 the run on 23, takes strike, the right-hander. Defensively forward, end of the over, 9 completed. And the BBK partnership are 52 for 2 after 9. Run rate of 5.78 runs in over. Sridhar run 23 now of 19 deliveries. Nipun Karuratne 21 for 27. Arachage 1 over. 1 run and no wicket. Right, so there we are. The umpire calls for second power play because the reduction in overs, it's not 10 overs of power play. The first 10 overs, 9 overs. Dushan Vimukti to bowl his second over. He's bowled 1 over at the moment. No wicket for 2 runs at the moment, these figures. And there's the clouds hovering outside the grounds. We don't see them around in the ground area. Otherwise, the ground staff would have been with the covers in hand, waiting run on. But perhaps it's just outside the grounds and some high winds up there might blow it away. Let's hope so. So Nipun Karuratne played the bowling on his merits. Quite prepared to play the forward defensive as well. Stands tall this time, plays it on the offside past that point fielder. Plenty of time to cross for a single. So 181 runs required of 219 balls. 8 wickets in hand for BBK partnership. Maliban looking to pick up wickets. They got a slip in place now. So the man at a deep backward point now coming to a backward square leg position. A short fine leg in place. Deep mid wicket. Nicely played by Sridharan. Just waited for that and opened the face of the bat. Ran it down towards that deep backward point region for a single. Sridharan got a 40 odd in that last game and sudden rush of blood. He threw his wicket away. Driven firmly on the offside. Deep mid off tidies up. That's Sangeet Kure who's fielding out there. The batsman crossed for 1. Short outside the line of off stump, cut away beautifully, but there's a man fielding a deep backward point. They'll pick up 1 for that. That'll end the over. 10 overs completed. And BBK partnership are 56 for the loss of 2 wickets. Run rate of 5.60. Nipun Karuratna 23 of 31. Sridharan 25 of 21. Dushan Bimukti 2 overs, none for 6.
Right. That is not the scene that we want to see on screen. The groundsman making that slow walk back towards the covers out there. As we speak, we could see some heavy dark clouds once again hovering around the grounds. So as batters, BBK partnerships, they need to keep a close eye on the Duckworth Lewis, but that would come into play usually after 20 overs when it's a 50 over game. But we need to check after the revised conditions what would be the minimum number of overs that BBK partnerships would need to play on before we have a result with the help of Duckworth and Lewis. Sahana Rachigi, he will continue with his spin. Okay, far and on the scoreboard, we could see that as of now, I mean, even this would not really make a point while deciding the winner if the game stops now. At this point, they need to have a total of 59 runs after the end of 10 overs with 2 wickets down. But you need to keep in mind is, if the game stops now, we will not have a result. The reason being is there is a minimum number of overs that the team needs to face batting second. Usually it used to be 20 overs when it comes to a one-day game, but since the number of overs have been reduced, obviously the number of overs that they do consider for the Duckworth and Lewis will also come down. Probably it should be around 18 or 19 overs. We'll confirm it to you in a short while after confirming the information from the match officials. Both these batters, they have slowed down a little bit. Since the spinners were introduced, the scoring rate has come down. It's good in a way they have been very watchful, rather throwing away their wicket cheaply. It's important to hang out there, especially with the rains coming across the ground. You need to keep wickets in hand. You can't afford to throw away the wickets. Very watchful. Good over, just a couple of runs in that over. 11 overs done, 58 for 2. Right, so we have the official confirmation that the Duckworth and Lewis will be still considered after 20 overs. So now that's about 9 overs from where we are at this point. Dushan Vimukti will continue his spin. So at the end of 20 overs, predicting that There might be 2 wickets down. The total should be 82 runs. So that's about 24 runs ahead. Dead ball called by the umpire. Batter pulling away at the very last minute. Was it a chance? Was it a chance? We will have to take a look at the replay. Was it a cotton ball chance? Looks like it was a close opportunity for the bowler. Let's have a close look. Oh, no. Well, there was a chance if the ball had hit the wicket on the bowler's end, because the batter was probably outside his batting crease. That's the reason the bowler and the wicketkeeper were interested. Well, that missed everything. Wide call by the umpire. At the beginning of the innings, they were scoring at 7.5 to 8 runs per over, but it has come down drastically since the spinners have been introduced. Watchful again, very watchful. It's getting a little bit dark over here at the Thurston grounds. We hope and pray that the rain stay away. As we speak, that completes over number 12. BBK partnership chasing 174 more runs to win, are 60 for 2. Current run rate at 5 runs per over, the required run rate inching up towards that 5.1 run mark. You should be very watchful as batters. You shouldn't let that go up. There you go, the ground staff having some fun moment. They're ready all the time. When the umpires say covers on, they'll be ready with them. Hats off to the ground staff. Some heroes that goes unseen behind this great work. Nipun Karunanayaka has been out there for some time, trying to anchor through the innings. Well, trouble. Disappointing. Nipun Karunanayaka runs his partner out. He called for the run. Sridharan responded. And Nipun Karunanayaka said no at the very last minute. That is disappointing. Look at that. Nipun Karunanayaka says yes and then says no. A direct hit. Disappointing for Sridharan. He was in good touch. Not the time to lose a wicket when we are talking about all of these Duckworth and Lewis and stuff. He makes that long walk back. 26 of 29. He looked good for the short time that he was out there for the 29 deliveries. 60 for the loss of 3 wickets. Right, the play resumes. The new batter is in. Nipun Karunanayaka. He might be feeling disappointed about himself. He ran out his partner. Santosh Gunathilaka, the new man. That was very close. In line with the stumps. Right after a wicket, you could see these kind of fielding from the fielders. They look very positive. They look very pumped up. Drives again, no run. Maiden over, wicket taking maiden over by Sahana Arachige. Fantastic. 13 overs done, 60 for 3. We have a change in bowling. Dushan Hemanta. He was brilliant during the recent Zimbabwe tour. When Zimbabwe toured Sri Lanka in the last T20 series. He was brilliant with the ball and the bat. A very talented bowler. Lots of skills. Well, looking at the Maliban Biscuits team, they're filled with international exposure, international experience. Straight away in line with the stump, disciplined with his bowling. 173 more runs required to win this game against the Maliban Biscuits. It's not going to be an easy task. The pitch is slowing down. Took it off the stumps, just the one run. They need a partnership. The required run rate is creeping up slowly. It's come up to 5.29. The pressure starts hitting when the required number of runs versus the available number of deliveries gets closer to each other. It's then when the batters do get tensed. Dushan Hemanta, he's been fantastic. He has been spot on with his line and length. Decent pace, giving it a little bit of flight, letting the ball talk off the surface. Good over, just a couple of runs. 14 overs done. 62 for 3. Sahanarachi, he will continue with his bowling. He's been good so far, especially the spinners. They've tightened the screws against BBK partnerships, especially that run out. That was suicidal. That was not really required at that point. Look at this man's figures. He's into his fourth over. Consider just the 3 runs. That is phenomenal from Sahanarachi. Down the track, inside edge. Nipun Karunanayaka, he needs to be very, very careful. He needs to be watchful. He can't afford to throw away his wicket. He did run his partner out as well. So there is a huge responsibility on his shoulders. Very watchful. The required run rate slowly going up. Just the 17 ball difference between the number of runs and the available number of deliveries. Good over so far. 4 dot deliveries. He has been spot on. Bowling in line with the stumps. Not giving away any opportunity to the batters to come hard at them. Poor ball strays down the leg side. Sweeps it fine for 4 runs. Spoils a good over for Sahanarachi. But Nipun Karunanayaka, this man, with the form that he is in, those are not the type of deliveries that you need to be bowling. He will not require a second invitation to take you on if you bowl at that line and that length. Poor bowling. Inside edge, just the 1 run, 5 runs coming off that. 15 overs done, 67 for 3.
So 15 overs completed, and BBK partnership are 67 for 3. The target is 228 to win, and we got 5 more overs to be completed before the Duckworth-Lewis tabulation can come into being. Dushan Hemanta has bowled 1 over, none for 2 his figures. Nipun Karunaratne on 31 of 49. Santosh Gunselekar is on 1 of 4 balls. Current run rate 4.47. They require 5.39 from this stage onwards. So Dushan Hemanta to bowl his second over. Nipun Karunayaka on the back foot, plays it out on the offside towards extra cover. Too short. Beats the mid-off fielder down towards long off. That's into the boundary for 4. BBK partnership, they'll need to really get a move on because they wouldn't like to be too far behind on the Duckworth-Lewis when 20 overs are completed. Perhaps the rains might come down. There was that short ball. Look at that. And Nipun Karunaratne punched it on the offside. There's no fielder can get to that. Goes to the ritual of playing that defensive stroke about 3 times before he takes his stance. Down the track, lofted on the onside this time. There we are. Was the catch taken? Milan Ratnayaka at long on. Took the catch, jumped over the boundary line and threw the ball up, in fact, in the meantime. The players are celebrating. Nipun Karunaratnam walks back. He'll be disappointed. We thought he got 6 for that. We'll look at that again. There we go. Down the track, lofted. He was in place. He goes up now. Gets his hands on the ball. Throws it out. Not yet. When he realizes going over the line, he throws it out. Steps in the boundary, comes back again. And perfectly in control to take the catch. And that's a big wicket, in fact, for Maliban. Nipun Karunanaika, the man of 35 of 52 balls. Caught by Milan Ratnayaka of Dushan Hemanta. And there we are with DDK partnership losing their 4th wicket. 71 for 4 after 15.3 overs. Dushan Hemanta picks up his first wicket. 1 for 6 in 1.3. Santosh Guntalaka, he's there on 1 at the moment, so he's a new batsman. He's hardly faced and delivered. It's only 4 balls faced by him. So those are catches that could really turn matches around. Vishwanath is the new man who walks in ahead of this captain. Outside the line of off stump, playing a miss, in fact. So Vyas Khan normally comes in at the fall of the 4th wicket. Today is not coming. Inside edge onto the leg side, past the square leg umpire for a single. That's the last dismissal. Karunanaika, and there's Milan Ratnayaka. He was airborne and then realized that he was overstepping the boundary rope, threw the ball up, recovered well and came back. And this ends the 16th over. Yusulo for Dushan Hemant. He picks up a wicket in that. And after 16 overs, BBK partnership are 72 for 4. Santosh on 1 and Vishwanath is also on 1. Current run rate is 4.50. They require 5.40 from this stage onwards. It's a bit of an uphill task. The moment to start to lose wickets, 162 runs required of 180 balls. 6 wickets in hand. Narachage will continue to bowl his 5th over. None for 8 his figures. Vishwanath on strike. Big shout for LBW. Not out, says the umpire. The fielders are disappointed, naturally. So Santosh Guntalaka walks down the track, has a word with his partner, Vishwanath. Perhaps his first innings in this tournament. Some words of advice being given to him. We'll look at that again. Perhaps an inside edge. This time it's played to backward square leg for a single. So brings Santosh Guntalaka onto strike. He's on 1 of 5 balls. Not had the best of form with the bat in recent times. We know that he's a college player. is a good all-rounder, can bat and bowl. Thick edge down to third man. The chase is on. The ball is slowing down, but will he cross the boundary? It's picked up just inside. So they'll come back for two. The outfields are still very quick in all these grounds. We've had so much dry weather over the last few months. But the rains have come up from the day before yesterday. Nice to play it on the onside. Beats the field at mid-wicket. They'll get one as deep mid-wicket does the fielding. Shot outside the line of off stump, cut away. That's a good looking shot, but picked up inside the boundary. They just cross for one more run. So Vishwanath moves on to 3, brings Santosh Gunturek on 4 on strike. The 5 runs of the 5 balls bowled by Sar Narachage in this over. And then the last ball coming up. Played out defensively. End of the over, 17 completed. And the BBK partnership are 77 for 4. Run rate of 4.53. Santosh Gunturek on 4. Vishwanath on 3. Sar Narachage 5 overs, none for 13. Required run rate 5.41 from this stage onwards. The target is 228 for BBK partnership. Hemantha bowls again. First ball outside edge down towards backward point. They pick up one for that. For those of you watching our live telecast from the Thurston College grounds, where in the world you're watching this game, we do hope you're enjoying our coverage of the 32nd Singer-MCA Cricket Association Super Premier League game for 2025. Beaten outside the line of off stump, Dushan Hemantha beats Santosh Gunturek. Turn and a bit of extra bounce as well. Once again beaten outside the line of off stump. 2 good deliveries from Dushan Hemant. 1 for 8 his figures after 2.3 overs. Flighted driven on the offside. Down towards sweeper cover who picks up inside the boundary. They'll pick up a single. That's all they'll get in fact. Takes Santosh Gunturek on to 5. The total up to 79 for 4 after 17.4 overs. Vishwanath on 4 of 6 balls on strike. The youngster perhaps a bit overawed by the situation. Facing Sri Lankan bowlers as well. Again played down towards backward point. Captain Siribodhan does the fielding. Beaten outside the line of off stump. Well bowled. Over completed, 18 overs completed. And the BBK partnership are 79 for the loss of 4 wickets. Run rate of 4.39. Vishwanath at 4, Santosh Gunturek on 5. And Dushan Hemanta, 3 overs, 1 for 9 his figures. 155 runs required further by BBK partnership. Slow going at the moment. So Santosh Guntarak has a word with his junior partner in the middle. Vishwanath, perhaps some words of advice, what to really do in these situations. There we have the equation, 155 required of 168 balls. And they got 6 wickets in hand. Sana Rachige will bowl his 6th over. Bowling from the Bauda Lokomamat end. Guntilik on strike. Down the track. Plays down the track for the ball to field on his follow through. Not easy to score the spinners if they bowl good line and length. Tuck round the corner. This will give a single. The ball runs out towards square leg. So we're 80 for 4 at the moment. At the end of 20 overs, they still lost 4 wickets. The total should be 113. So they're well short of that at the moment. A direct hit, but it was home. Again appeal, the finger comes up. There we are. Sana Racha picks up another wicket. Vishwanath, the youngster, he's out, LBW. So BBK partnership had lost 5 wickets so far. There we go with the replay. Let's take a look at where it's pitched. Umpire thought the batsman was out. In the meantime, the drizzle has started over the grounds. We haven't seen the ground staff still take their positions. But they're certainly around there near the covers. Now standing up to move into position. Yes, expected umpires to call them in very quickly. Suddenly the rains came down. It's a drizzle at the moment. But they're now ready with the covers in their hand to move in if the umpires call them in. There we are. That's the drizzle you can see on your screen as well. Vyaskanth walks to the middle. Taking guard, and there's a slip in place of Vyaskanth as well. Sana Rachige. We wonder why the umpires have still not called the cover in, because the rain is now getting rather severe. Thick edge down towards backward point. They'll pick up 1 for that, for sure. Vyaskanth off the mark. So umpires looking at the rain at the moment, taking a look as to what really is going on. Should they call the cover in, or should they wait a bit more? Guntilik plays on the onside this time to long on. He'll pick up 1 more run. So we've got 1 ball left in the 19th over, and then the 20th will begin. That sharp drizzle seems to have subsided quite a bit at the moment. Turn around the corner to short fine leg. That'll complete the over as well from Sana Rachige. He's bowled 6, 1 for 16 his figures. After 19 overs, BBK partnership are 82 for 5. Vyaskanth on 1, Santosh Guntarak on 7. Current run rate 4.32. They require 5.63 from this stage onwards. So ground staff still is ready to bring the cover on should the umpires call them out. The drizzle has thinned out, but it's still drizzling, no doubt. As Dushan Hemanta starts a new over, he's the fourth. Gundaraka plays it out on the onside towards the long on for a single. Right, the drizzle seems to be getting heavier now. Ground staff are ready. Driven on the offside to long off by V.S. Khan. They'll pick up one more run. Left on the pad, big shout again for LBW. Not out, says the umpire. Well, I think they'll have to call the cover out now. It's really, really coming down. Yes, they are calling the cover now. Is it a bit too late? Well, the ground staff have done a tremendous job. Look at the rain that's coming down. The ground staff, they know exactly how it rains in this part of the world. And they were in the ready about 1 over to go to bring the cover out. It's a tough job to bring that cover out. They've got 9 ground staff only. There's that heavy drizzle over the grounds. This is the third time for the day they're bringing the cover out. So it's not an easy job. It's a tough job, in fact. The umpires are still standing out. Well, ground staff is not too sure what's going to happen. The players also hanging around in the outfield. There we go. We are 3 balls short for Duckworth Lewis at the moment, and the umpires decided they'll call the players back. And they asked the ground staff to take the cover away. That's not easy going. They got to shift the sides at the moment to pull it back. Not easy, absolutely not easy to pull this in and out all the time. Right, so they're getting into position to pull it back. The players are in the middle at the moment, but we have to wait till the cover is taken away. It's still on the outfield. It really takes time to pull that cover back again. They're doing their best. You can see that they're really, really doing their best to pull it away. Thus, they're joining rugby grounds, schools practicing there. And over the fence is another rugby ground, a very famous one at that. It's a school rugby ground. So this area has got lots of sports facilities going as well. So the cover is still being pulled away behind the boundary line. Still the dark clouds looming overhead. We doubt we're going to get a full match here, the way things are going at the moment. So still waiting for the cover to be pulled away from the boundary line. Little bit more to go, few inches. They're now over the line, right? So play can go on. Short outside the line of off stump. Off the back foot, cut away down to a sweeper. So Vyas comes on strike. Again driven out towards deep mid-off for one more. They'll have to do better than the singles at the moment. Is BBK partnership. They want to stay alive in this game. So over being completed. 20 overs done. And they're on 80 at the moment for the loss of 5 wickets.
Well, now onwards, we will have a result for this game. We have completed the mandatory minimum number of overs that is required to be bowled in an ODI game to decide the victory for a team, which is 20 overs. In case if the rains come down again and if the play stops at this point, BBK partnerships, they are way behind the required number of runs at the end of 20 overs. The Duckworth-Lewis score needs to be 133 at the end of 20 overs for 5 wickets down. That's a long way for BBK partnerships. So what they need to do here now is, rather than chasing behind the Duckworth-Lewis, they need to try and build a partnership. That's close, very close. Umpire says no. That hurried on to the back foot. Sliding down the leg side, says the umpire, indicating to the bowler that it's sliding down. Let's have a quick replay of that. Vanuja Sahani has been very decent with his line and lengths, bowling in line with the stumps, hardly giving any space for the batters. Cuts off the stump, good bit of work at back foot point. 148 more runs required to win this game of 152 deliveries. Now that's the story. That's the requirement. Good over so far. No run given away. And make it a maiden over. 21 done. 86 for 5. Milan Ratnaik, the standout for me, managing to grab a couple of wickets up front. And since then, all the bowlers have contributed. They bowled disciplinedly. They've been good in the field. Dushan Hemantha, he's getting a bit of purchase out of the surface now. The slower he bowls, the more purchase he's getting out of the surface. Santosh Gunathilaka, he's unbeaten on 9. Very decent line and lens by Dushan Hemant, bringing in all his experience. Talking about the Maliban Biscuits bowling attack, they're very, very filled with international experience. This is one of them, Dushan Hemantha. And you have Dhananjay Lakshan, Milan Ratnayaka. Three top quality bowlers. It's not easy for a team to chase down, especially the downfall for BBK partnership in this tournament has been their batting department. They have found it hard to recover from collapses. They have been good with the ball. Skipper himself has tried his best in this tournament. He has done good with the batter as well. He's been responsible, come out in situations where the team needs his support. Inside edge, lucky for Viaskanth. Well, for the first time, the available number of deliveries have gone down below the required number of runs. So now we have a problem. As batters, you'll be panicked to see this on the scorecard. Good over, just the 3 runs once again. 22 overs done. 89 for 5. $145 more runs required of 144 deliveries. Punch off the back foot. Santosh Gunatilaka, he's a very talented young batter. Both these teams, they have got themselves through to the playoffs, so the result here wouldn't really matter. But it's important to stay up in the points table. One after the other, being in line with the stumps, asking questions from the batters. They're making sure to tighten the screws, never letting them come back. Down the ground, Viaskanth looking for a couple of runs. Yes, they do. Pressure on the fielder. Good running between the wickets between Viaskanth and Gunatilaka. They need a good partnership, a healthy partnership for the 6th wicket. Probably they need to be out there for at least another 10 overs. Beautiful delivery, straight on with the arm. Viaskanth very watchful on the back foot. Try to get them to play on the front foot. Don't let them go back. Ask the questions. Oh, that's close. That is very close. And the finger goes up very slowly. Viaskanth, the skipper, departs. It's just a matter of a time for Vanuja Sahan until he grabs his first wicket. That was straight on with the arm. Look at that, sliding in toward the right-hand batter. Mostly clipping that leg stump. BBK partnerships continues to fall apart. Viaskanth departs the skipper. The total currently on 92 for the loss of 6 wickets. Dushan Hemantha will continue his leg spin. He's been good with the ball. Created the pressure, which is really cause for the fall of his wickets. Look at that. Sliding in with the fingers. Very confident appeal by the bowler. New batter. Interruption. We didn't see Milinda Sirivardhana bring himself on to bowl and over. He's very capable. Lots of experience left in the dugout. Quicker one through the air. Nathan Tilakshan manages to bring his bat down on time. Punches it down the ground. Good bit of fielding. $140 more runs required. Just 134 deliveries left now. It's not easy. Not easy at all for these batters with just the 4 wickets in hand. That's the tough task. Very watchful. Defensively played for another run. Santosh Gunathilaka, he is capable of using the long handle, but unfortunately it's not the time. With 6 wickets down, you're not permitted to go against the bowlers. You need to take care of your wicket, try and build a partnership, hang out there. It's a long way to go for BBK partnerships. Just the 3 runs once again coming off that over. 24 done, 95 for 6. Oh, that kept low. That kept really low. Wanu Jasan, he has been brilliant today with the ball. He has been pressurizing the batters with his variations, especially with that finger spin that he did try the previous over and got a breakthrough. He has been good. Bowling in line with the stumps. Hardly giving any opportunity to the batters to capitalize on. Works it round, quick single taken. Extra run, overthrows, not what is required. Skipper himself trying to run the batter out. Required run rate creeping up at the moment on 6.37. keeping low again, probably with the rains coming down, the surface being watered a little bit. There you go. That was fired in. Keeping low again. The batters, they need to be very watchful. This could be the story throughout the rest of play. Down the ground, poor bit of fielding. At short extra cover, coming back for the second run. Total moves up to 99 for 6 after 25 overs.
So BBK partnership well behind on the required run rate for the Duckworth Lewis system. There's the scorecard. Dick Valla back in the side today, just made 5. And Sridharan run out for 26. Shan Munathan didn't impress today, didn't trouble the scorers, no score. So the run machines didn't really come good today. And that's why they're struggling at 99 for 6. Edward Nathan on strike, he's on 1. Santosh Guntilaka, the non-strikers, is on 18 of 31 deliveries. It's taken a long time. Dushan Hemanta into his 7th over. Big shout, big shout. Umpire's not moved. Perhaps missing the leg stump. Again going for the pull shot. This time wrapped to the pads, finger comes up straight away. Playing right across the line. Survived one LBW shout, but not the second one. Dushan Hemanta picks up his second wicket, 2 for 19 in his 7th over. And BBK partnership lose their 7th wicket, 99 for 7 in the 26th over. Let's take a look at that again. There we go. Pretty quick, pretty straight from Hemanta. So this is where the problems come for BBK partnership. The low order, unable to get some runs going. Edward Nathan Dilakshan made 1 of 7 balls. The light is also dipping. And the wickets are falling. Santosh Guntilaka, he's there on 18. Today has been one of his better days with the bat, in fact, where he's made some runs. So 25.3 overs completed, and the run rate is 3.88. Need 135 balls, 135 runs from 123 balls. The balls to runs equation also not in favor of BBK partnership. They expect the top order to fire and make runs. So Krishna Sri comes out to bat, the left-hander. People commuting home after work. Adjustments to the field at the moment. A slip and a leg slip in place for Dushan Hemanta. For Krishna Sri, the batsman. Well flighted, pushed out of the offside. The bowler fields on his follow through. Well bowled. End of the over. Picks up wicket in that over. Is Dushan Hemant. 26 overs completed. And BBK partnership on 99 for 7. Krishnasri still to score. Santosh on 18. Dushan Hemanta, 7 overs. 2 for 19 his figures. And they're going at 3.81 runs and over. They require 6.75 from this stage onwards. 135 runs of 120 balls. That's the equation for BBK partnership. Not in the game at the moment, that's for sure. Even on the Duckworth-Lewis chart, they're well behind on the required number of runs to be scored. And we don't see any aggression coming from in the batsman. Vanuja Sahan pushed gently on the onside towards long on by Santosh Guntaleka for a single. Singles won't do. They'll have to get some big hits going as well. So the 100 comes up for BBK partnership, 100 per 7. Long way still to go. 228 the winning total. There's the scoreboard. Krishnasri again playing forward defensive. So this game has really slowed down. No great interest from anybody at the moment. So bowlers and batsmen going through the motions of bowling and batting. Played gently on the onside. No attempt to take any runs as well. That completes the over. 27 completed. And BBK partnership 100 per 7. Krishnasri still to score. Santosh Guntarek on 19. Vanuja Sahan 5 overs. 1 for 13 his figures. They're going at 3.70 runs and over. The required rate has now climbed to 7.05. 134 runs required of 114 balls. That's the equation for BBK partnership. Not in the game at all at the moment. Lost 2 wickets. They lost 7 wickets. Now down to the tail, except for perhaps Santosh Guntareka, who can bat. But he's not making any effort to put the foot on the accelerator, as they say. Down the leg side, wide called. Dushan Hemanta into his 8th over. Now the track drives, but straight out was extra cover. Flighted. This time it's driven down the ground towards long on. They'll pick up 1. Beaten outside the line of off stump is Krishnasri. So now the dot ball, plenty of dot balls. Equation 132 to win of 109 balls. The going rate is 3.66. That requires 7.27 from this stage onwards. There's no point just playing dot balls. You got to do something about it. Ends the over, 28 completed, and BBK partnership are 102 for 7 with Krishna still to score and Santosh on 20 of 34. So there's the scorecard. The batting to come is Tony Gregg and Tishan Vitushan. Just 5 extras in the innings of 102 for 7. So this game more or less done and dusted. Maliban should beat BBK partnership quite convincingly here. Vanuja Sahan to bowl his 6th over, 1 for 13 his figures. Flicked on the onside towards mid-wicket for a single. Captain Milinda Sirivardhan does the fielding. So Krishna Sri on strike. He's faced 12 balls. He's still to score. Again a dot ball. So slip and a leg slip in place. We wonder what the instructions are from the coaching staff of BBK partnership to bat like this. Going for a big heave, doesn't make contact. Cricket is supposed to be an interesting game. Not to push it down to a situation of just, nothing happening. A lot of excitement in the middle, but that's the end of the over. So 29 overs completed. And the BBK partnership are 103 for 7 of 29 overs. Current run rate 3.55. Krishna Sri has faced 17 balls, still to score. Santosh Guntilak has faced 35 for his 21. Vanuja Sahan, 6 overs, 1 for 14. So there's the bowling card as well. Dharanjay Lakshan has bowled 2 overs, 1 for 23. Milan Ratnakar picked up those 2 wickets earlier on. He bowled 4 overs, 2 for 21. And then Dushan Hemanta, 2 for 21 as well, with Sahana Rachage, 1 for 16. And Vanuja Sahan Kumar, 1 for 14 as well. Look at the follow wickets. 2 at 10, 60, 71, 80, 92. So Guntilaka, Santosh Guntilaka comes forward, pushes out on the onside. Dushan Hemanta is bowling his 9th over. Would he be bowling 10 or will he stop at 9? We'll have to wait and see. 2 for 21 his figures after 8.1 overs. Flighted, driven on the offside. Sweeper tide is up. They'll cross for a single. So Krishna Sri faces the 18th dot ball. Coming in the fall of the 7th wicket. There we are, beaten outside the line of off stump. Had the bails off. They're asking for the stumping. In fact, the umpire says no. Take a look at that again. The foot hadn't moved, so there's no doubt about the umpire's decision to say not out. Going for the cut shot, doesn't make contact, wicketkeeper collects against. So Krishna faces his 20th dot ball. Again beaten outside the line of off stump. There's all but hit the stumps, so end of the over. 30 completed. And BBK partnership 104 for 7. Krishna Sri still to score of 21 deliveries, Santosh on 22 of 37.
And 4 for 7 after 30 overs. The run rate has come down drastically. 130 runs required of 96 deliveries. It's a long way for BBK partnership. Almost undoable at this point. Shyam Sundaram is yet to get off the mark of 21 deliveries. Well, it's really not going to help them by playing off dot deliveries. They need to try and rather go after the bowling just to see if there is any kind of chance of getting closer to this target. But apart from that, by blocking off deliveries, they aren't going to gain anything. Especially with this result not going to matter in the future games a lot. They need to try and look for a win rather than just blocking out each and every delivery. $130 runs record of 92 deliveries. That's a very long way to go. Just the one run of this over so far of the 4 deliveries bowled by Vanucha. He has been good. He's into his 7th over. Just the 15 runs considered. Shyam Sundaram decides to dance down the track, fails to make contact. He has faced 22 deliveries now. Yet to get off the mark. Finally he decides to go up and over, long on for a huge 6. Good shot to break the shackles for Shyam Sundar. That spoils a good over. Couple of steps down the track. This is what they should be trying rather than trying to block each and every delivery. 31 overs done. Nelson on board for 7. There you go, some dark clouds, but this has been the story since the morning. Here's a quick look at the batting card as the players to take a drinks break. 26 for Sridhar and Nipun Karunanayaka, 35. And no one apart from that has really made an impact. Well, the players will take a short break for drinks and we will be back shortly. We're back live. Dushan Hemantha continue with his leg spin. ...123 more runs required of 89 deliveries. That's a long way to go for BBK partnerships. They need to try and chase down this total. Not an easy task, but it's not going to really help them by playing off dot deliveries. Gentle push. Just another run to the total. If you're just joining us, this is the Singer-MCA Super Premier League 2025. It's happening for the day it's happening for the 5th day here in Colombo. It's the final day of the group stage matches, and then we will move on to the quarterfinals and the semi-finals. Dushan Hemantha firing it in, expecting to hit that front foot of the batter. It has been a long day for the players here. Multiple times we did have the rains coming in and the player being interrupted. Surely going down the leg side. Umpire will have a smile on his face. Dushan Hemantha He's been appealing for everything, responding to the umpire with a broad smile. Three runs coming off that over. 32 done, 114 for 7. Wanuja continues with his off spin. He's into his 8th over. Just the 21 runs considered and grabbed a wicket. He's been very disciplined today. Strong bowling lineup for Maliban Biscuits. They have never let the BBK batters come back into this game. They kept things tight. They made life hard for the batters. Well, that was a brilliant delivery. Took a huge bite off the surface, turn and bounce, probably hitting one of those patches. That missed everything. Dot after dot. Comfortable in Shyam Sundaram. 120 more runs required. In fact, 119 more runs. There was a good flat throw by the fielder, right on top of the stumps. But the batter sliding his bat in at the last moment. Shyam Sundaram, he has one delivery to play with. Will he try to go downtown? He leaves it alone. 33 overs done, 115 for 7. Sahana Rachigi has been brought into the attack. His bowled 6 overs, considered 16 runs and grabbed a wicket. He has been very disciplined today. All of these bowlers, all the spinners, they have been fantastic. Couple of steps down the ground, there is protection. At the boundary, just the one run. Required run rate about 9 runs per over now. Hard task for BBK partnerships. Both these batters, they have been out there for some time, probably figuring out the pace of the wicket. They might need to try and go after the bowlers. Take a chance. Look for what's on offer. The wicketkeeper and the slip fielders were confident, but the bowler wasn't interested. Umpire was surprised as well. Inside edge. Couple of opportunities created. Sham Sundaram has just scored the 7 runs of 28 deliveries. He has been out there for some time. We know he can use the long handle. It's been a gloomy day here in Colombo today. Overcast conditions. .34 overs done, 116 for 7. Wanuja Sahan, he will continue with his spell. In fact, they have decided against it. Sahan are, in fact, let's see. There has been one more delivery, is it? Sanoj has been brought into the attack to bowl the 35th over of the innings. Another leg spinner to start our proceedings. Just the 1 run. Krishna Sri Ram, will he chance his arm against Sanoj Darshika? The ball turning towards the left-hand batter. Looks to sweep. Couldn't get a proper hang of it. Sano Darshika straying it down the leg side, brushing the pads of the batter. Shot pulled away. Jan Hemantha indicating to Sanoj probably to try a different kind of delivery. Gives it a little bit of air. Santosh tries to go downtown, fails to make proper contact. Mid-on inside the circle. The lofted on drive is always on. Quick single. Just the 1 run. 3 runs coming off this over so far. It has been a good start by Satnoj Darshika. A very useful leg spinner for Maliban Biscuits. Straight down the ground. One bounce into the hands of the fielder. 35 overs done. 120 for 7.
So there's the equation, 114 of 66, only 3 wickets in hand. This innings has turned out to be a real bore at the moment. Knowing very well that BBK partnership is nowhere near the Duckworth Lewis tabulation as well. So many dot balls. So Krishna Sri, 33 deliveries faced for his 9 runs. Santosh, 55 balls for his 29. Saan Arachage to bowl his 8th over. 1 for 17 his figures. 120 for 7 after 35. Another 11 overs left in the innings. Chop towards sweeper this time. They pick up one more run. Too short and pulled away on the onside, straight towards that deep mid-wicket position. Again, only a single. Down the track, lofted on the onside. Gone the distance again. Krishna Sri, his second 6 on the onside, over long on. Takes him to 16, the total up to 128 for 7. And that's what really happened. He was down the track. Full floor, the bat as well. There's no field at long on there. Going for a sweep shot, given out LBW. Very straight, playing across the line was Krishna Sri. And finally, Saan Arachage picks up the wicket. He's second. And the partnership has broken. It's taken so long. So 128 for 8. And that's what really happened. We look at that playing across the line. Pretty straight. Krishna Sriram gone for 16 of 37 balls. 2 sixers in the innings. So Thishan, the new man who walks out to join Santosh Guntalaka in the middle. 128 for 8 after 35.5 overs. Off the mark straight away, the drive towards sweeper cover. Completes the over as well. 36 overs completed. And BBK partnership are 129 for 8. Saan Narachage 8 overs, 2 for 26. Santosh Guntilaka is on 30 of 56. Tishan Vitushan is on 1 of 1 delivery. They're going at 3.58 runs and over. 105 required of 60 balls. Almost impossible to get. They're down to the tail at the moment. Vanuja Sahan to bowl his 9th over. 1 for 22 his figures at the moment. Tishan Vitushan will have the strike. Bowls with the left arm and bats right-handed. Slip in a gully, leg slip in place. Edge down towards backward point. So more defensive strokes being played by Tishan Vitushan as well. Short but quicker from Vanuja Sahan. Required rate is 11.05. Bowled him, just cleaned him up very straight indeed from Vanuja Sahan. Disturbed the timber. Tishan Vitushan is dismissed for 1. It's now 129 for 9 after 36.4 overs. We look at that again. Playing the wrong line totally. Very straight delivery. So last man, Tony Craig, walks out to the middle to join Santosh Guntilaka. So Vanuja Sahan has got 2 deliveries left in his 9th over. Could he finish things up in this over? Little discussion between Tony Craig and Santosh Guntilaka. What type of strategies they work out, we really wouldn't know. Wrapped on the pad. Given out. That's the end of the game. End of the innings of BBK partnership. 2 wickets in 2 balls for Vanuja Sahan. He ends up with 9 overs. 3 for 22. And BBK partnership bowled out for 129 in 36.5 overs. So shake of hands right round at the moment. So Santosh Guntilaka carries his bat for 30, not out 30. So Maliban Biscuits have won by 104 runs on the Duckworth-Lewis method. So Vyas and the rest of the team also coming out to shake hands with the Maliban team as well. We had 2 rain stoppages in this game, but nevertheless ended up with a decision as well. So there we are. A view of the Colombo skyline, and there's the BBK partnership scorecard and the partnerships as well. Dickbell opened with Sridharan. Dickbell was out pretty early. He faced only 6 balls, made only 5. Sridharan run out, unfortunately, for 26. Sarjan Shamunathan today didn't fire him, out for no score. Nipun Karunnaika, 35 of 52. Santosh Guntilaka not out, 30 of 56. And Divakaran, 4 of 9. Vyaskant, 6 of 17. Dilakshan made 1 of 7. And Shyam Sundar, 16 of 37. Tishan Vitushan made 1. And Tony Gregg out for no score. 1 ball he faced. 5 extras in the total of 129 all out in 36.5 overs. Look at the bowling figures. Dhananjay Lakshan, 2 overs, not for 23. Milan Ratnakar picked up the 2 early wickets, 2 for 21 from 4. Vanju Kumar, 3 for 22 from 8.5. Dushan Vimukti, none for 8 from 3. Sahan Arachige picked up 2 wickets for 26 runs of 8 overs. Dushan Hemanta, 2 for 25 from 10. And Manoj Darshika, 1 over 4 runs. Look at the follow wickets: 10, 10, 60, 71, 80, 92, 99, 128, 129, and the last man out at 129 as well. Look at the highlights of that innings. There we are. That's Dickbell on strike. Off to a fly as usual. And that was nicely played down the grounds. And this one flicked away in there. Look at that catch being taken. Very low, but made sure he held on to it. And there's Shamunathan, who was out caught behind. Flicked on the onside again, down to his deep mid wicket. Good shot from Nipun. On the offside to sweep a region for 4. Again, another good shot being played. Another boundary coming up. Up and under, down to the boundary. And this was a comedy of errors. In fact, a direct hit. He was run out. Flicked down towards fine leg for 4. On the back foot. Beats all the fielders too long off 4. Down the track again. And look at the catch being taken by Milan Ratnakar. Got his hands to it. Ran into the boundary. Put it up. And then caught it on second attempt. Another LBW decision coming in favor of Maliban. Then the covers came out because the rains came down. And there we are, play back again on, and another LBW, 2 LBWs back to back. In fact, that's skied on the onside towards that mid-wicket or long on region. 2 sixers, that again, very straight delivery, out LBW. And Tishan clean bowled, and there's that last man who was out LBW as well. 2 wickets in 2 balls. It was all over for BBK partnership, 129 all out in 36.5 overs. Right, so the 32nd Singer-Mercantile Cricket Association Super Premier League for 2025. And there's the match summary. Maliban Biscuits put in the bat today. Made 227 all out in 44.4 overs. Game reduced to 46 overs per side. Jayasundar making 78, top scored. Sangit Kure, 57. And Lakshan making 38. Tony Gregg, pick up the bowlers, 6 of 53 of 8. And Krishna Ram made 3 for 39 with Vyaskant 1 for 50. And looking at the part or the innings of BBK partnership, Nipun Karunnaika, again top score 35. Santosh Guntilaka not of 30. And Sridharan unfortunately run out for 26. And Vanju Sahan picked up 3 for 22. Milan Ratnakar 2 for 21. Sahan Archige 2 for 26. So Maliban won by 104 runs on the Duckworth-Lewis method. The match reduced to 46 overs per side. The target of 234. Right, we hope you enjoyed the coverage of all the action, the live action of match from the Thurston College grounds, the 32nd Singer-Mercantile Cricket Association Super Premier League 2025. On behalf of our production crew and our commentary team, we say thank you for your company. We catch you again soon. Until then, goodbye and good night from the Thurston grounds.